trying to assess its reasons, trying to mount a defense against its most destructive aspects, and trying to call people's attention to the dangers that beset the Western world and freedom in general, because freedom in general is essentially identical to the Western world, for better or for worse. And so an assault on the West is an assault on everything that isn't nihilistic, catastrophic, and authoritarian in its essence. What did Douglas and I talk about today? We talked a lot about the situation in the UK, the recent uprisings of the British working class, the incredible ethnic and cultural tensions that have been generated in the wake of an immigration policy whose rationale is, what would you say, incomprehensible. Not only incomprehensible, but absent. What's the function of the untrammeled immigration policies that characterize Germany and France and the UK, especially given the obvious fact that they're producing a tremendous amount of internal stress? We talked a little bit about the more pragmatic aspects of the problem. It's easier to travel now than it ever was before. It's easier to share information. And certainly both of those factors play a cardinal role. But there's also this strange blindness among the political elite, a willful blindness, or perhaps a motivated willful blindness to the catastrophic consequences of these kinds of indiscriminate policies. So Douglas and I spent a lot of time delving into that, trying to parse it apart, assessing also the strange union of the radical leftists with the Islamic fundamentalists, let's say with regards to what's happened in Israel and in Gaza since October 7th. So, tough conversation. We also talked about Douglas's plan to do a speaking tour for the next couple of months, and he's in a number of American cities. You could go to Live Nation and type in the name Douglas Murray and find tickets. So I'd also recommend that. I think it's going to go in LA on the 23rd of September. So anyways, on with the analysis of the strange death of the West. Well, hello, Mr. Murray. It's good to see you again. It's been about a year since we've done a podcast already, and it's been some time since we've seen each other. We obviously saw each other when you were on tour with me last September. I guess, first of all, I'm pleased to be able to talk to you, and there's lots to talk about, that's for sure. And I guess maybe the first thing I'd like to find out is, well, what have you got planned in the upcoming months? What's on your plate?
I'm in New York at the moment, and in September, I'm doing a tour here in the US, a speaking tour, doing 6 cities from LA to New York, finishing at the Beacon Theater, where I saw you a while ago, and also doing Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Denver, and maybe some more dates to add. But that's in September, and anyone who's interested can go to the Live Nation website, and you'll find all the details there. Otherwise, I am, as ever, living out of a suitcase and trying to keep abreast of all of the things that are doing as lots of things in our societies are falling apart. So I spent a lot of the last year in Israel, in the Middle East, covering the conflict there in Israel and Gaza. I was there for almost 6 months after the 7th of October. But now things are kicking off in quite a number of countries, as you know.
So this speaking tour, let's concentrate on that for a minute too. So what's your goal and your plan? What are you offering people who come to, and what are you hoping to achieve? What are you offering people who are going to come and listen?
Well, one of the things is that it's a follow-on from, I wrote this book, The War on the West, which you and I discussed when it came out about 18 months ago. And since then, there have been so many things that have happened, not least the 7th of October and the war that's followed. Because I covered all of this up close and got some pretty extraordinary camera footage of this, I wanted to present it to an audience, to be able to show what I've seen and what I think of as the realities that I think a lot of people are running away from at the moment. But the realities of what happens when, frankly, when violence breaks out. And I think it's a great warning to people in America and elsewhere. A great warning of, this stuff can become very real, as it did in Israel last October. And anyhow, there's going to be some fun to be had along the way. My friend and colleague from the Monk debates in Toronto, Natasha Hausdorff, is going to be with me on stage to do the Q&A session and interview. And yes, and there's going to be a lot of never before seen footage from a lot of crazy situations.
So it sounds in some ways like a live current affairs show that's focused specifically on this issue. Okay, so you said that you're going to use, if I've got it right, you're going to use the occurrences of October 7th and afterwards as an object lesson, right? An object lesson in the consequences, of the disintegration of a societal ethos, the consequences of how do you exactly, do you tie in what you were writing about in the war on the West with what you've seen unfold since October 7th, say in relationship to what you're going to speak about?
Well, one thing is, of course, is that October 7th for a lot of people in Israel was an example of what happens when you've been living in a delusion and are suddenly woken up from that. I've written a lot in recent years, as have others, about the way in which in all Western democracies we've had a sort of lack of seriousness, really, about some of the threats that we face. There's a slumberingness that's gone on for a long time, which I and others have warned against. But I suppose, among other things, of course, it's not just about that. It's about how people react in the face of real threat and real crisis. And that's one of the things that I'm very interested in at the moment, is the way in which a terrible situation like that throws up these two completely counter forces. One is the force of real evil and what it's like to stare into the face of real evil. The other is, of course, the face of true heroism. The people who, in the face of atrocity, become the person that they were meant to be. And I've seen a lot of that in the last year. And I think there are enormous lessons to be learned, not just of the negatives, but the positives of the way in which actually when extraordinary events occur, extraordinary people are thrown up. And, we might all see a bit more of that in the years ahead.
So in what manner do you view what happened on October 7th and afterwards as a reflection of the sorts of things that you were warning about in War on the West? How do you see it as another step in the logical unfolding of the processes that you were assessing?
Well, it's partly from that and partly from the previous books, including my one, The Strange Death of Europe, that came out in 2017. A lot of that was concerned with saying, look, there are deep, deep challenges that are going on to what we used to call the liberal democratic society, and a deep unwillingness of people to realize that those challenges were not metaphorical. Since 7th of October, we've seen unbelievable scenes on everywhere from the streets of London and major cities in Europe to the most elite campuses of Northern America, Ivy League campuses, where students who have the most privileged existence imaginable have decided to openly throw their lot in with the terrorists of Hamas. This has gone further, a lot faster, I think, than a lot of people realized. But it is something I've been warning about for a very long time, that yes, there are deep, deep things happening in our society, including what I've described in the past as being the thing of people at risk of rebelling for the sake of rebellion and out of boredom. And this is a deep thing in American society in particular. The call for a great cause. One of the student protesters at Columbia was quoted in New York Magazine the other month saying that he was a first-generation low-income student who was the first member of his family to go to university. And you think, well, that sounds good. And then he went on to say, and when I got to Columbia, I learned about the rich history of protest at Columbia. And I decided, I knew that as soon as it kicked off, I wanted to be in the middle of it. Mm-hmm. I mean,
let me ask you about let me ask you about that in some more detail. So this is going to be a complicated question, but you put your finger on something that's crucial and deep, psychological rather than political, or even spiritual, let's say, rather than political. As you know from touring with me, I've been investigating. One of the things I've been investigating is what is it that makes life worthwhile. I talked to a philosopher this week on my podcast who has written a couple of books on a stream of analytic philosophy that's been debating whether or not, if you weighed up the evidence en masse, whether existence itself is a net good or a net evil, with whatever implications you might want to draw from that argument for its creator, right? So I'm not trying to make a theological case, but part of this inquiry is like, if there was a God, is it more logical to conceive of him as good or as evil? And underneath that is a sense that the proper axis of evaluation for such a question is whether there's more pain and misery in the world or pleasure. And my sense is that that's the fact that that's how the argument is constituted is actually an indication of the pathology of our culture, because it's a fool's game to map pleasure and pain onto good and evil, partly because there are evil pleasures and there are morally justifiable pains, right? So whatever the landscape, whatever the moral landscape is, it's not reducible to the hedonic landscape and any axiomatic assumption that it is. Okay, so there's a corollary to that, and one of the corollaries would be, well, if we're not built to maximize pleasure and minimize pain, let's say, which is a powerful argument because emotions are powerful and the positive and negative emotion systems are powerful motivating systems. But if we're not built to maximize pleasure and minimize pain, then what's the cardinal call to existence? And my sense is that it's something akin to adventure. Maybe it's romantic adventure, which is an even better formulation. All right, so then let's say if that's the case, and you and I talked about this the last time we talked about the truth as part of the call to adventure.
The heroic adventure, yes.
Exactly. Well, so then if that's the case and the cardinal motivation in life is something like the heroic call to adventure, then you might ask yourself, well, what if that's not being pursued, what beckons as an ersatz alternative? And like certainly protest in the name of a ideology,
the name of a cause is a very
adventure.
It's very tempting. It's very tempting. I mean, I would say that in general, the purpose, finding purpose in a higher cause is, of course, one of the most useful ways to find a meaning in your life beyond the maximization of pleasure. Unfortunately, the rebellious attitude for the sake of rebellion becomes extremely appealing. Another of the students at Columbia, I'm sorry to hark on about it, but it does show a rot somewhere, at elite institutions. One of the other students at Columbia said that started the year out as a protest in October against the climate emergency, the climate crisis. And, within a month, it was Hamas.
So one of the things I noticed, I suppose it was in about 2014, which was approximately when I was starting to detect that something had gone seriously wrong with the universities, let's say. One of the things I did recognize amongst my colleagues was this axiomatic presumption that part of what the universities were there for was to teach young people how to be moral by protesting. That protest itself had become a stand-in for morality. And so, you can feel some sympathy for that kid that you were describing. I mean, he's gone off to an elite institution hoping to be taught how to live a good life in the classic sense by the world's most profound experts. And what he found when he got there was that since the 1960s, the best thing that the universities have to offer to their students is the false reputation, the false claim to morality that can be had, and the excitement that can be had by engaging in a protest. And
yes, the life of an activist is the ideal life, and the life that's rewarded and the life that is seen to be virtuous. I mean, it's all of that. And by the way, one of the other things that has struck me very much in recent times has been the fact that, of course, a lot of the problems that we see emerging in our societies in the West come about not just from that boredom, but of course the fact that when the financial tide goes out and stops being able to lift people up, a lot of other stuff gets revealed. We see this in the UK at the moment. It's not by any means the only explanation for the riots that have been going on. But if you look at all of the northern towns in which the riots have been going on, the material well-being of the population has declined in the last 13 years since the last set of riots. And, you sort of think, well, if the society isn't working for you financially, and joblessness has actually gone up, and on top of that, you have challenges to your identity. Well, of course, there's a cause right there, and not an ignoble one. If it's about saying, I want to defend my culture and all of that, ignoble once somebody thinks that the best way of doing that is to pick up a brick and throw it at a policeman or at a place of worship.
Yeah, well, it's no simple matter to distinguish the genuine protests from the false protests, that's for sure. And so let me ask you one more question about your tour and your talk, and then maybe we'll turn our attention to the situation in the UK. Okay, so you're planning on showing your audiences footage from your journeys through the Middle East for the last 6 months. So I guess I'm curious about, well, you didn't step into the conflict in the Middle East as a naive observer, either of people or of societies. But my suspicions are that you've seen a lot more in the last 6 months than you ever really wanted to see. And so I'm curious about what you've seen, what you've concluded from that, and how it's altered or extended your viewpoint, or challenged it for that matter. Like, you've been poking your nose into very dangerous places. And so what's been the consequence for you, and what is it that you're hoping to shed a light on with the imagery in particular, let's say? What are you hoping to shed a light on for the people who are going to come and hear you talk?
Well, there's quite a lot of things. I mean, I've covered a lot of conflicts before, including in the Middle East. And a lot of what has been happening is sadly familiar territory to me. There are, though, as you and I have discussed before, there's a reason why hell is a pit that's endless. And when it comes to violence and the ability to commit acts of evil, it seems to me that that axiom that the pit is just endless has really been shown in the last year. I've been in Israel and Gaza most of the time since the 7th, and yes, I mean, of course, like anyone reporting from the front line, seen lots of things that I'd rather not have seen. But I mean, my belief is that there's a very important role in society for people who do that and come back and tell everyone else what it's like. Not least, of course, to warn people. I mean, there's lots of things that, I've seen as a reporter, and as a reporter from war zones, which I know I would not want other people to see. I know I didn't want to see myself. But in order for other people not to see that, you have to know where people can go. And, like one of the things that has struck me a lot in the last year has been that and I've made this comment a couple of times in pieces and elsewhere, that the terrorists of the 7th in particular were deeply gleeful whilst carrying out acts of unbelievable barbarism. And that's something that's something I've been thinking about a lot, because to be doing something you think is right but is evil is one thing. To be doing something that is evil and being joyful about it is and for people around you to celebrate it. And then at several degrees of remove, that people who think they've got the same cause as you would excuse it, or say context, or much like that, all sorts of things like that are just alarming. And I've often thought, actually, in recent months, there was a late a historian and writer called Gita Sareni, who died about 20 years ago, made a great impact on me when I was growing up. She wrote, among other things, the biography of the child killer Mary Bell, and also the biographies of Stangl, the camp commandant of Treblinka, who she interviewed, and also of Albert Speer. I remember reading an interview with Gita Sareni towards the end of her life, and she was not a religious person, but she said, having spent a lot of her life considering evil and staring at evil and writing about evil, she said it feels like a force that descends. It just manifests, and there's no other explanation for it. It isn't just about some problem in the developmental process or simply a matter of education or opportunity. Is that on top of all those problems that do exist, sometimes there is an incarnation of evil in the world.
Are you tired of feeling sluggish, run down, or just not your best self? Take control of your health and vitality today with Balance of Nature. With Balance of Nature, there's never been a more convenient dietary supplement to ensure you get a wide variety of fruits and vegetables every day. Balance of Nature takes fruits and vegetables, they freeze dry them, turn them into a powder, and then they put them into a capsule. The capsules are completely void of additives, fillers, extracts, synthetics, pesticides, or added sugar. The only thing in Balance of Nature fruit and veggie capsules are fruits and veggies. Right now, you can order with promo code Jordan to get 35% off your first order, plus get a free bottle of fiber and spice. Experience Balance of Nature for yourself today. Go to balanceofnature.com and use promo code Jordan for 35% off your first order as a preferred customer, plus get a free bottle of fiber and spice. That's balanceofnature.com, promo code Jordan for 35% off your first preferred order, plus a free bottle of fiber and spice.
Well, in one way of thinking about that, I think, even technically, is that, because I've been thinking about this a lot in relationship to these new large language models, and there's a statistical probability that any given concept will be associated with any other given concept. And if your mapping is technologically advanced enough, you can calculate those statistical relationships. And that's what the large language models do. And then you can start to map mathematically what the psychoanalysts called complexes. And complexes are systems of ideas that occur in each other's proximity, and there's a core to them. And one of the ways of imagining the theological representations of evil, the legions of devils, let's say, that are behind the generation of the bottomless pit of hell, is that they are representations of complex of ideas that hang together. I think you put your finger on the core of it, actually. The core of it isn't evil. The core of it is gleeful evil, right?
Yes,
so it's not
yes.
merely the evil, and it's
rejoicing in evil.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
and that is actually the core of sadism from a psychopathological perspective, right? It's not. It's positive delight. It's a multidimensional characterization. It's positive delight in the unnecessary suffering of others, right? And the unnecessary element is also cardinal because that plays up the element that's parody. So in Auschwitz, for example, one of the games the guards used to play was to have the prisoners who got off the train cars shivering and frozen and accompanied by their dead relatives who, died of asphyxiation or froze to death in the cattle cars. They'd arrive at the camps and then they'd be compelled to carry wet sacks of salt from one side of the camp, which was the size of a town, to the other, and then back. And so it's a parody of work, right? And it's a demonstration to the person themselves that not only are they suffering for all the reasons that they're in the camps and by the fact of the burden that they're carrying, but the utter counterproductive pointlessness of the painful labor is also emphasized and insisted upon, and then delight taken in that. And that is a very dark thing to observe.
Yes, I mean, there's I was in the one of the maximum security prisons in Israel earlier this year and saw the Hamas terrorists from the 7th who had been captured alive. One of them was somebody who I recognized from one of the atrocity videos, who had there were 2 young boys, about 10 and 12. They were with their father. They went into the safe room when the bombs started falling, and the Hamas terrorists came and they saw them go in, they threw a grenade, and their father threw himself on the grenade and was killed in front of his sons. And then, one of them lost an ear and the other one lost an eye, and they were staggering around the main room of their house, weeping and wailing in the most unforgettable, awful way. And one of the terrorists came in and who'd just killed their father in front of them, came in and opened the fridge and helped himself to the food. And the youngest of the boys in total trauma and said, "That's my mother's food." And the terrorist turned to him and said, "Where's your mother? I want her too." How could anyone do that? You
put your finger on it. Well, that idea of the descent is like one of the things that God accuses Cain of when he becomes bitter is opening the door to evil. He said his suffering wasn't merely a consequence of his failure in life. It was a consequence of his failure tempting him to open the door to evil. And so if you think about it in terms of these complexes of associated ideas, they're ideas that if you let in, they bring a host of other ideas with them. And a host is exactly the right phrase. And you might be tempted in a moment of weakness to invite something in that you think that you can control or that you could bend to your own purposes. But the problem is that you're inviting in a complex that has been around forever and that once lodged inside you might prove that whatever defenses that you might think you have there to mount are trivial in comparison to the power of what you've invited in. And that is, I think you can think of that technically, and it is a terrible thing. And it is the kind of things that are warned against at the theological level, although that's a very complicated thing to untangle. And so, all right, so let's turn from that a bit. So that's the sort of thing that you're going to explain as you're communicating with your audience. And what you're hoping to demonstrate to people is that is the logical conclusion of the sorts of games, for example, that are being played on the university campuses.
For sure.
Yeah, well then, of course, the problem with that is, at least to some degree, is that complex of ideas that takes possession of people in the circumstances that you're describing has that end in mind.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's turn our attention to the situation in the UK, if that's the case. So let's start with something contentious, I suppose. Tammy and I went out on a limb recently and interviewed Tommy Robinson.
I saw.
I've been watching Tommy for a long time, and he's struck me as particularly interesting. Well, for 2 reasons: is The first reason, I suppose, is because he is a genuine working class guy, and for better or worse. And second, I haven't seen anyone anywhere who's been more unwavering in his commitment to reveal the atrocities of the grooming gangs in the UK, which are organized patterns of activity that are very pervasive, that are so terrible that it's almost impossible to talk about them without sounding like a conspiracy theorist. So now, there's no doubt that there are many things that you could accuse Tommy Robinson of, and many of those he would admit to. But to me, and also to my wife, fair enough. But the fact that he's pointed his finger at something that seriously needs to be attended to and has paid a major price for it is also not ignorable. It's like, do we expect someone who's brave enough to do that to also be perfect in every regard? That's asking a bit much, given that there's many people who, in principle, have moral characters much more unsullied than Tommy Robinson, who are cowering in silence constantly in the face of this absolute brutal. And so we interviewed him. And what did I think of Tommy? He's very articulate. He can certainly make a case for himself. And then I thought it was up to the audience to listen and to make their own judgment. Now, that was before the recent march that Robinson and his crew organized in London, which in my estimation, I'm interested in your perspective, went as peacefully and well as the protests in Ottawa, which it was modeled after. And so I thought his crew handled that extraordinarily well. Now, in the aftermath of those protests, of course, all sorts of chaotic hell has broken loose. And, why don't you are much closer to such things than me? I mean, being a denizen of that country, I'm looking from outside, trying to make sense out of it. But my sense at the moment is that the UK is somewhat of a tinderbox. And so...
Yes, and I wish it hadn't been so predictable. I wrote about this so many years, warned about it. The Strange Death of Europe was largely my last-ditch attempt to warn my own society of birth and other Western countries not to go down the path that they were precisely going down. And as a former government minister said in the Times a couple of days ago, the thing about my predictions on that was I made them not with any glee, but in a spirit of deep lamentation about what was about to happen to my society. And as I see it, Tommy Robinson is a very interesting example of this whole thing. But let me just explain how I see it. This whole conflagration of recent days started when a 17-year-old went into a Taylor Swift dance class a couple of weeks ago now and started hacking at young girls with a knife. Killed 3 girls, 9-year-olds, thereabouts, wounded many others. And the news of that came out, and a very typical modern British, modern European, modern Western thing happened, which was that in the aftermath, people started to suspect something was being kept from them. Now, wiser heads would wait, but not everyone's a wise head after 9-year-old girls are bludgeoned to death, stabbed to death. So false information went out online saying that the attacker was had arrived on one of the many boats of illegal migrants that come across the English Channel every week. That was untrue. In fact, he was the son of immigrants from Rwanda. But people started to sense that there was a cover-up of some kind, or at least the news was being managed. The police in Britain seem always to think they're being very clever at this, and it's always seemed to me that they exacerbate every problem they put their mind to. They insisted that the young man was originally from Cardiff, capital of Wales, and people just sense there's something they're holding from us, sure enough. Anyway, the point is very unpleasant, ugly, and again, evil forces can get unleashed at such a time, the spirit of revenge. And some protests started peacefully at first, then some violent. A mosque was targeted nearby, and then violence started to spread out to other towns. Then Muslim communities started to arm up, in some cases literally, with people turning up with knives to defend their areas. This is all, and maybe it'll die down by the time this podcast has gone out, or maybe it'll get a lot worse. But the one thing you can say with absolute certainty is it's not going to go away, because all of this is the consequence of what I call the problem of primary and secondary problems. The primary problem in the UK, as in Europe in recent years, has been the total unwillingness of the political and other classes in the UK to address deep, deep concerns of the public. And when people said in recent days, how could anyone leap to such a conclusion that the attacker would be, and you go, because everyone's seen this before. You know, people don't actually forget very fast, the media class may, but they don't forget very fast that it's only 7 years ago that the son of Libyan migrants to the UK went and detonated a suicide bomb at an Ariana Grande concert in Manchester. They don't forget fast that 3 people who had no right to be in the UK, including one whose asylum claim had been rejected, but who was nowhere near being deported, went across the London Bridge in 2017, hacking at the throats of passers-by and shouting Allahu Akbar. They don't forget that, they notice it. But the British government and others have had this very, very clear policy that they don't really know what to do to tackle that. They don't know what to do really to tackle the grooming gangs issue. There was another set of prosecutions the other day, and another case is coming to court in the coming weeks. You could say, well, they clearly do, they're using the law, but a lot of the public say, well, not fast enough and not really. There's an awful lot of rapists still walking around with girls who are their victims in the same towns. And the government knows that the public ascribe this to the government's immigration policies, its integration policies, but the government can't take responsibility for that because they've made that mistake now. The Conservative government that just left power, that said that they would bring migration down to the tens of thousands a year, left office with a net migration of legal migration at almost 750,000 a year, which is, by the way, completely unsustainable, but they just keep doing it anyway. The interesting thing that Tommy Robinson speaks to and has always spoken to is, what are you allowed to do about this or say about this? Now, if you're me, for the time being, you're allowed to write about it sometimes. You're allowed to speak about it sometimes. You're allowed to raise alarms sometimes. You're allowed to speak your mind somewhat. But if you are a Tommy Robinson character, if you grow up in Luton and you haven't had many advantages in life and you've had quite a lot of disadvantages and you're white and working class, what are you allowed to do about this? What are you allowed to say about any of this? And the government, for decades now, has had the attitude, you're not allowed to do anything. You're not allowed to say anything. You can't do anything because if you do, we'll call you a racist and we'll call you far right. And this has all gone on for a very long time.
Well, it's an effective epithet, you know, like when I first came across your work, and I've seen this reaction in the depths of my soul to many people. When I first came across your work, which is quite a long time ago now, you know, I was leery of it. And I think the reason for that is that it's something like this. It's that there are a lot of people in the world, and I'm not going to be able to meet all of them or read all of them or have anything to do with all of them. And now and then some of them get tarred with some epithet. Well, the cost to me of accepting that tarring is very low on average, because if I don't pay attention to some person, there's a whole bunch of other people I could pay attention to. So it's not like the pool of people to attend to shrinks, right? And that epithet of far right is a very effective brand of tarring. And it's even effective among people who are very skeptical of such things. So I'll give you an example. So I talked to Michael Schellenberger after he released the WPATH files, when he was investigating the absolute pathological corruption and craven cowardice of the cadre who presented what purport to be the standard guidelines for enlightened care to the American Medical Association, the American Psychiatric Association, the American Psychological Association. And he was appalled at their lack of competence and their ideological possession. It was another bottomless pit. And I asked him how he became aware of this. And he said, well, one way was that he had listened to Abigail Schreier and I talk about it. I guess it was 2 years ago when Abigail first put out her book, Irreversible Damage. It was the first podcast I did after I'd been so ill, and I was terrified to do it because it was such a hot topic. And, you know, Schellenberger himself said he listened to that podcast, but he really couldn't believe it. You know, and that's another example of the effectiveness of that tarring.
Yes.
It's so easy to demolish someone's reputation.
And it's especially easy to demolish a reputation for people who do not have, as it were, a backlog of published work.
Yeah, right,
I mean,
exactly.
it's relatively easy, but to weigh up someone's views and make an estimation of them if they have 7 books to their name, as I do, or you know, thousands and thousands of articles. But it can't be the case that only book authors are allowed to say anything about the disintegration of their societies. It's not like you should only be left to people who write newspaper articles.
Yeah, well, God, no, not that. Like
maybe least of all. And but then you go to this question, which is, you know, has come up in Canada in recent years and is very live now in Britain, which is what are people allowed to do? Now, obviously, by the way, and I'm aware, as you always are, of the deep desire of bad faith actors to seize anything I say in this discussion and misrepresent it. So let me do a very boring piece of throat clearing, if I may. The idea that people's response to any problems in their society should be to go out and commit acts of violence is obviously insane and wrong. What we're seeing on the streets of the British cities, though, raises this question, as I say, of if the public keep saying something to the politicians and the politicians keep not just ignoring them but insulting them, what are they allowed to do, these people? These are populations that have every single election, like the rest of the British people, for 20 years, they have voted for less immigration. I've been told that they'd get it. And instead, it's just gone up. They've lived through an economy since 2008, where of the jobs created by the British government since 2008, so in the last, we're talking 16 years, of the jobs created since 2008, 74% have gone to people who were not born in Britain. So just people think about this for a second. The government refuses to do what the public keep on asking for and what the government keeps on saying it'll do. It is seen to be, I think accurately, extremely lax on policing certain social cohesion issues. It's extremely eager to crack down on anyone of a Tommy Robinson type. And what material benefits have come about in the society in the last 16 years have largely gone to people who were not born in the country. I repeat, what is permissible in this situation to do? And I would say peaceful protesting would be one thing, or speaking up, or whatever you like to do, except that every time even there is a peaceful protest, the peaceful protesters are defamed as far-right neo-Nazis. I mean, there definitely will have been and have been in recent days some extremely ugly people who've come out of the woodshed, who I'm sure do include, as like one guy everyone's obsessed with who has a swastika tattoo on his back. Is that guy representative of all the people who are angry in the wake of the slaughter in Southport? I would have thought not. And in any other situation, every public official, political official, opinion writer and policeman would be very wary of trying to tar everyone with that brush. I mean, for instance, the police and authorities, even when you have discovery of an imam in a mosque preaching violence, everyone is incredibly careful, lawyers and all the newspapers and everyone else, to make sure that it isn't implied that everyone who attends that mosque is somehow in favor of this. In fact, woe betide you if you did do that. You have to say it's this one person and no one else is responsible. But somehow, the actual desire to tar anyone who has, as I say, not got a voice and is wanting to make their voice heard as a violent far-right neo-Nazi seems to me to be a big error by Keir Starmer and others. Because, if you can't say, we recognize your deep, deep concerns about some things that have happened, including mass stabbings, terrorism, and much more. We understand your deep, deep concerns, and we are going to try to get onto this and on top of this. But there is no excuse to turn out on the streets and be violent against your Muslim brothers and sisters and neighbors or anyone else. If they can't say that, they just cannot say it. They just have to go to the secondary thing. What kills me about this is it's exactly what I said for years. If you don't deal with a primary problem, you get secondary problems. And if you just focus on the secondary problem, you'll not only not solve the primary problem, you will make it worse. Exactly what we're seeing.
The less your business spends on operations, on multiple systems, and on delivering your product or service, the more money you keep. But with higher expenses on materials, employees, distribution, and borrowing, everything costs more. To reduce costs and headaches, smart businesses are graduating to NetSuite by Oracle. NetSuite is the #1 cloud financial system, bringing accounting, financial management, inventory, and HR into one platform and one source of truth. With NetSuite, you can reduce IT costs, cut the cost of maintaining multiple systems, and improve efficiency by bringing all your major business processes into one platform and slashing manual tasks and errors. Over 37,000 companies have already made the move. Why haven't you? By popular demand, NetSuite has extended its one-of-a-kind flexible financing program for a few more weeks. Head to netsuite.com/JBP. That's netsuite.com/JBP. netsuite.com/JBP.
Okay, so I got a couple of questions out of that. And well, one observation. The first observation is that the epithet far right is rapidly losing its utility. Now, when I hear someone now described as far right, I think, yeah, maybe. Probably not, but maybe. And I should also point out that it's not like I'm unaware of the existence of bad actors. I don't even know if right and left are the right dimensions of evaluation anymore, and I suspect not, but for now, we'll stick with that. I mean, ever since I came out in defense of the defensive response of Israel to the October 7th massacre, I've had no shortage of far-right trolls on my case. And I know what they're like, studying them historically. And of course, that happened to me when I partnered with the Daily Wire to begin with, because its head man in some ways, at least in the public eye, was Ben Shapiro. And so I'm perfectly aware of what the far-right agitators look like. And they're a remarkably despicable bunch. So we'll get that out of the way to begin with. The idea that they're in the same camp, for example, as the working class protesters that you're describing in the UK is absurd, because first of all, what the working class protesters are doing isn't fundamentally political. It's fundamentally based in something approximating frustration. So having said that, then I've got a question. So with regards to the drivers of immigration, you say the politicians campaign, at least on the conservative side, at least some of the time, with the claim that they're going to get a handle on this, but they don't. In fact, quite the opposite. They seem to facilitate it. And so then, is that because it's actually beyond their control? Or is it because, here's a psychological reason, it's like, for decades, our culture has insisted on something approximating a position of moral relativism. There's no way of drawing hierarchical distinctions between the value claims that different cultures present. We can't admit for a moment that there might be some reason to be leery, let's say, of an immigrant class that would be associated with the kind of education that the madrasas are producing for all sorts of ideological reasons. We can't make any allowance for the idea that some immigrants might be more difficult to integrate into our culture than others. And that is a thorny problem, don't get me wrong. But now, so we open the floodgates, let's say, and we find out that there are people who don't have democracies in their own country because they don't have the culture for it, let's say, or the desire for it. And they bring those attitudes along with them. Surprise, surprise, because they weren't just freedom-loving, oppressed people striving to be free who are now thrilled to death to be in a democratic country, but people who are pretty damn prone to bring all of the problems that they had in their own country along with them. Now, and we're not supposed to say that. Now, my sense is the working class doesn't get to have their say, because if they had their say, everyone who's modern and liberal and tolerant in that pathological manner that accepts everything without distinction would have to do some serious digging into the understructure of their own belief systems and think, oh, well, and then that touches on something else. Now, so here's a weird segue, what would you say, an idea that popped into my head, an association. Richard Dawkins announced himself as a cultural Christian. So then one of the things that makes me ask is something like, well, what is it that the West has right, that the enemies of the West have wrong, that's percolating at the bottom of all of this mess, that's driving what? That's driving the relativistic arguments of the pro-immigration types, but that's also fulminating this terrible clash of cultures that we unsurprisingly see emerging on our streets. It's like, so the question first is, like, what the hell's driving the massive immigration into the West? Because we see it in Canada. maybe worse than anywhere else at the moment, or at a more rapid rate than anywhere else. Canada's so damn peaceful, it's hard to destabilize it, but we're working hard on that. So what's driving this, Matt? Is it the insistence? Is it this ideological insistence?
It's a lot of things. One is, as I've warned about for a long time, one is something that isn't inevitable but is hard to resist, which is the simple ease of movement in the 21st century, the relative cheapness of travel compared to any previous century, and the knowledge through the devices we have in our pockets around the globe. I mean, 3 billion people are on WhatsApp alone. The ability of people anywhere in the world to discover the life of anyone else in the world easily. And add to that the fact that most countries in the world are not even remotely approximating either the safety or the wealth available in 21st century Canada, for instance, or Britain. And it's inevitable that a lot of people will want that. Now, as I've said for years, just because they may want it does not mean that Western liberal democracies can remotely be the place where everybody who wants a better life can or should go. It's simply impossible. And you just crunch the numbers on people in sub-Saharan Africa who want to move into Europe, for instance. And if that happened, if the third of sub-Saharan Africa who want to move moved, Europe would be totally unrecognizable. Now, the second thing that comes from that is that it is extremely difficult for politicians to maintain their borders. And I think this is highly regrettable, because I think the only way in which, among other things, you can have an actual asylum system where you actually take in those unusual cases where asylum should be needed, just disappear once you have illegal migration every day coming in on boats, or as in the case of America, millions of people walking across the southern border in the last 4 years. And add to that the fact that, as was famously said in 1968 by somebody, it's the easiest thing to put off any difficult decision you have to make today and leave it for your successors to address, all the time making it harder for your successors. But I said this to a European politician some years ago when they said that they were going to deport the 1 million illegals that were in their country. I said, how are you going to do it? Because you and I know that on day one, if you rounded up everyone who is legally in the country and put them on buses, trains, boats, the first woman or child crying would be on the front page of every newspaper the next morning, and by day 2 you would have to stop because of public pressure. It seems to be a reality for the time being. By the way, until such a time emerges, and it could, where the society says we don't give a damn anymore, we don't give a damn, that may well happen. But until that does happen, countries are absolutely incapable, politicians are incapable of answering this question. Then you have a follow-on one, which addresses what you mentioned about Richard Dawkins, among other things, which is America. It's not quite true to say that America was a society based on an idea, but it's a nice idea. America was based on an idea, but the idea came about because of the people who founded the Republic, the United States of America. And if they hadn't...
Englishmen.
Right. If they had have been from somewhere else, even a different denomination, the United States would be very different. However, as far as states founded on an idea goes, America is probably the nearest to that. European nations, Britain, are not based on an idea. They were not based on an idea. Now, that isn't to say that they don't have very distinct cultures, and my word, the different cultures across Europe are so different that everyone jokes about their neighbours and regards their neighbour in the neighbouring European country being wildly different from them. To an outsider, it seems preposterous that the Swedes and the Norwegians would have distinctions between them, but they do. But I say this to say that Europe and Britain was made up of ethnic identities. And those ethnic identities had ideas, of course. But even in Britain, you have the Welsh, you have the Scots, you have the English, the Northern Irish, the Irish.
Shit.
How do you integrate into that? How do you do it? Does anyone know? And the answer is no. Have some people? I'd say yes. Have a majority? It doesn't look that way to me. And so this is just a bomb underneath the societies in Europe in particular. It has been about ethnicity. We don't like things about being about ethnicity, so we say it's about an idea. But all my adult life, this idea has been so hard for anyone to pin down, that they've just failed at it time and time again. I'm old enough to remember when Gordon Brown was Prime Minister, and I contributed to a book that he edited about being British, what Britishness was. That was 20 years ago. And Britain is no closer to defining that today than it was 20 years ago. People say things like Britishness is about queuing or fair play. And that is so completely inadequate to the task at hand. But the other one that can come along with this, and this is one of the ones that white working class communities in the UK deeply resent in particular, is the you don't have a culture, which is one of the other nice, it's one of the nice things that race baiters of all shapes have been doing for years at these people. You don't have a culture. It's what I read about in the War in the West, the jabbing at majority populations. And if you do have a culture, it's not a good one, or it's a rapaciously evil one, or it's one that's only to be described through the lens of colonialism or slavery or racism or institutional racism or patriarchy or whatever. And they've just done this for years. There has been, what I showed in my last book, to be this, for instance, why do all the holy places of the British people keep being attacked, literally and metaphorically? Why does Winston Churchill, the great hero of the British nation, keep on being attacked by people? Because they want to hurt these people. They want to hurt the people who revere them. They literally want to strip their gods from them. They want to defile the holy places of the culture. You might say, well, why do you want to do that? Revenge for some people, supremacy of a different kind for others, weakness among others, false adventure, cowardice, going along with the tenor of the times, however bad that direction of travel happens to be. But I said recently, before these riots happened, I said, you know, it would be, and I might have said this to you in private before, Jordan, but I said it would be madness to, if people from the Indian subcontinent made up 3% of your population, it would be madness to try to demoralize that population or to try to find ways to just say that they were nothing and never had been anything, and it was sort of best if they just tried to sidle through their lives without harming anyone. Why would you do that to 3% of the population? Among other things, it's rude, it's cruel, it's unusual, and that 3% of the population is a significant amount of the population. You don't want to demoralize 3% of the population. Okay. Why would you do that to a majority? Who is so insane that they want to do this to majority populations? And the answer seems to be, well, we're finding out. We are finding out.
Well, okay, let's delve into that on the ideational front. I mean, I would say, who would want to do that? Well, my sense is that it's this metastasization of Marxism. It's the spirit that metastasized Marxism that's bringing this about, and consciously. And so you have the people that hold the center, the majority of people who approximate some implicit ideal, however poorly. And then you have people who are perhaps unable to do that, or who are unwilling to do it, or who are even opposed to it, and they occupy the margin. And there's many of them. They're a plethora. And the postmodernists, especially the modern queer theorists, let's say, want to bring that margin into the center by whatever means necessary. Now, I think there's a profound philosophical misunderstanding that accompanies that desire.
What the fuck?
If the underlying desire at the base is just the desire for chaos, which is certainly possible, then it's not a mistake, it's not a bug, it's a feature. But no, we tend to believe in the West that an idea has its opposite, and that progress might be obtained by watching the war of a thesis and its antithesis. But that's not how things work. You have a thesis and you have a plethora of antithesis. In fact, an infinite plethora. And so if you try to center the marginal, all that happens is you demolish the entire structure. And one of the ideas that I've been working on recently, conceptually, is that imagine that now you're motivated to center the marginal at all costs. And you presume to begin with, because you're naive or corrupt, that those marginal are a community, and they're a community with something in common apart from the marginalization. Well, that's certainly the claim of the alphabet mob, for example. We're all a community. It's like, yeah, I don't think so. It doesn't look like it. It looks to me like you're a plurality united by your, what would you say, your resentment. Okay.
And narcissism.
And narcissism. Okay, so then, but here's the subtle part of the argument, let's say, because, and I think this is true. It looks to me that if you demolish the center by centering the marginal, you destroy the marginal first, not the center. Because the thing is, Douglas, the center is protected. Let me give you an example. Because I think this is relevant. So since the 1960s, since the early 1960s, under the guise of the sexual revolution, there's been an all-out assault, let's say, against the structure of marriage. And the consequence of that is that many people aren't married. But none of those people are wealthy and educated, because the wealthy and educated are just as married as they were in the early 60s. The people who aren't married are the economically marginalized, let's say, the people who are in trouble. And so that freedom that came from the removal of the patriarchal ideal, which is a burdensome thing to bear, and also a judgmental entity, let's say, single mothers aren't to be tolerated, that finger-wagging sort of morality. It's like, fair enough. Okay, now we bring the marginal to the center. Who dies first? The center? No, the marginal.
Yes. Well, they give another example of that, which is, you see that in, I don't want to go on a tangent, but you see that in the drug normalization, which is the elite classes who almost always push for further liberalization in laws are actually the people who, if they do dabble in that themselves, are most likely to be able to be saved. After all, there's a reason that their job will probably support them if they want to go into rehab. And they will be able to pay, and maybe even their office will pay, maybe their firm will pay. Not so for the people lying on the streets of this city with absolutely no safety net, who have not benefited from that liberalization process, to say the least. But it's the same thing, absolutely. The people you bring in the most marginal case, and then yes, in the end, the marginalized become the people who suffer the most. And by the way, I mean, we've just lived through this bizarre, sort of social stampede on the Paris Olympics thing. But what you said was just resonating with me, because I say, why is it now so completely predictable that an Olympic Games will have to open with a sort of balls-out bearded drag queen being the center of attention, and a very obese trans person should be the kind of like the main figure of worship in this bizarre modern cult theology? And I know you notice this, I notice this. The truth is, everybody notices this. It's absurd. It's kind of replacement theology, as far as I can see, and one that hasn't been thought through at all well, and doesn't work, and is hideous and ugly, and does not encourage people to aspire to anything beautiful or true.
Yeah, well, that's the dread abomination of desolation, right? That the theologians warned about. When it's put in the highest place, then it's time to head for the hills. And what does that mean? It means something like, well, when the social order is so inverted that the most monstrous is elevated to the highest place, then that's a sign that that chaos is about to return. And that seems to me to be highly probable. Well, we can see it, and everyone can feel it. Absolutely everyone can feel it in one form or another. It's very terrifying to see it start to emerge in such a dramatic form in the UK. And it is something as a Canadian, it's really something to go to Europe and hear the elite types express doubt about whether or not they have a culture. I heard people in the Netherlands say that to me. I met a group of, very well-placed comedians and artists and writers, and most of them were conservative people, and they expressed doubts about even the existence of their own culture. And I come from the hinterlands of northern Canada, and I go to a place like Amsterdam, it just makes my bloody jaw drop. And it's the same whenever I visit the UK. It's like, you people don't think you have a culture? It's like, well, who has pretensions to a culture then? Like, if Europe doesn't have a culture, then no one has a culture. I mean, Europe has a culture that's so miraculous that people make pilgrimages there in the tens of millions just to see its remnants.
Yes.
So
yes.
It's like, what the hell is this claim?
It's the nicest way to interpret what has been attempted in that regard is, it's nicer to incomers if we do ourselves down a bit, because otherwise it's boastful. And maybe that is the instinct of some people. It's been a stupid thing to try to progress that from an instinct into an actual policy, and to fall back on the sort of mantras of, everyone's a migrant, for instance. I mean, this is one of the ones that has just been endlessly forced on people. And again, sorry to keep referring to it, but as I said in The Strange Death of Europe, people in Europe, Europeans, British people, others, do notice that if they moved to China or India, they would not become Chinese or Indian. They do notice that. And they do notice that if they had children in that country, their children would not be regarded as Indian or Chinese either. And that's just to pick out two countries that happen to be the largest ones. But in that case, a lot of people think, how come anyone can move here and immediately become us? And the answer is, that's not clear at all. It doesn't seem obvious at all. At the same time, of course, nobody wants to say nobody can become like us, because that's too judgmental and too negative a thought, too pessimistic a thought. And so what happens is just a set of stupid and banal lies. Diversity is our strength, that's another one. Diversity is our strength is possibly the main mantra of British and European societies now. And actually, again, as mantras go, is false. Diversity does bring some strengths, and it also brings some weaknesses. Diversity can bring a range of ideas, and it can bring ideas so terrible that they could destroy the society. It wasn't great that Ali Harbi Ali's parents moved from Somalia to the UK, got asylum, and their son then macheted an MP to death in his surgery. We didn't need the Ali family to bring the worst of the war zones of Somalia to the streets of a British constituency. And so when you hear people saying things, everybody insisting all the time, diversity is our strength, people know it's a lie. People know at the very least it's a half-truth. And they get fed up with this stuff being forced at them, because all the time they're noticing the downsides of this. And the downsides include, by the way, I mean, it can never be said enough, the change of a society when the movement is so fast and the numbers are so large and the type of diversity is so difficult. People notice that, for instance, a high-trust society of the kind that Britain used to be becomes a very low-trust society.
And then becomes poor. Yeah.
And the belief in institutions that used to characterize Britain, once all of those have delegitimized themselves, what are you left with? And then they come for the holy places, they come for your gods, they come for your temples, and people are meant to suck it up endlessly. And I've never been sure that they would.
When a woman experiences an unplanned pregnancy, she often feels alone and afraid. Too often, her first response is to seek out an abortion because that's what left-leaning institutions have conditioned her to do. But because of the generosity of listeners like you, that search may lead her to a preborn network clinic where, by the grace of God, she'll choose life, not just for her baby, but for herself. Preborn offers God's love and compassion to hurting women and provides a free ultrasound to introduce them to the life growing inside them. This combination helps women to choose life, and it's how Preborn saves 200 babies every single day. Thanks to the Daily Wire's partnership with Preborn, we're able to make our powerful documentary, Choosing Life, available to all on Daily Wire Plus. Join us in thanking Preborn for bringing this important work out from behind our paywall, and consider making a donation today to support their life-saving work. You can sponsor one ultrasound for just $28. If you have the means, you can sponsor Preborn's entire network for a day for $5,000. Make a donation today. Just dial pound 250 and say the keyword baby. That's pound 250 baby. Or go to preborn.com/Jordan. That's preborn.com/Jordan.
So, well, here's an obvious question too. It's like, well, here's a definition of war. War is the definition of irreconcilable diversity. Right, so diversity is our strength. It's like, okay, well, Hamas and Israel have diverse viewpoints and they're not reconcilable. So what do we have? A war. So what's the story that people are supposed to swallow? It's that although the world has been eternally mired in internecine conflict, the war between diverse viewpoints, if we import all that diversity into the West, magically we'll wave a wand and all that diversity will be transformed into nothing but what? Complex productive cooperation. In the absence, by the way, in the absence of any reconciling framework, because people like Trudeau, for example, dispense with the idea of any national identity whatsoever. So their presumption is something like the natural state of people, regardless of the diversity of their opinions, no matter how diverse those opinions are, their natural state is productive peace. Right? So that's what? That's Rousseau? Is that what that is? Is that an unbelievably naive Rousseau? And is that the unwillingness? Is that a reflection of the unwillingness to look at the aspect of the human psyche that's gleefully pursuing murder and mayhem? Just to never cast an eye in that direction. It's all sweetness and light. We're all little children. And if that's what it looks like, something like that to me. It'll be the strange death of Europe will be something like the death of the overprivileged at the hands of their own naivety.
Yes, and
cowardice.
You can see it. You can see it very closely. I mean, as I say, some ways. I mean, it's a horrible thing to say, but thank goodness the killer in Southport wasn't a migrant who had arrived illegally into the UK a couple of weeks earlier. But you want the peace of your society and the possible peacefulness of your society for the foreseeable future to be reliant on that never happening again?
Well, there's also reliable evidence, Douglas, that the children of immigrants are more likely to be radicalized than the immigrants themselves.
Absolutely.
Especially
Reverse
if they're having
integration.
a hard time. Yeah, especially if they're having a hard time integrating, right?
Well, I mean, that's one of the most common ones. I've spoken with you about this before, but I mean, the most common one is, a parent who flees a particularly ugly and warlike society like, say, Somalia, might realize how lucky they are to arrive in Canada. They might. One would hope that they did. Will the child? No, the child's expectation is that the place they've born in is the normal order of things. And then a load of other people in society, have totally forgotten what the state of nature can be and has been for most of human history, and forget that actually, you can bang on all you like about disinformation or online and so on. Most people are just looking at the situation in front of them. And then suddenly war breaks out, hell breaks loose. Hopefully it's contained. But sometimes you see it completely uncontained. That's certainly what I saw in Israel. The absolute epitome of unconstrained hate that was unleashed on Israel on the 7th. By the way, again, one other quick thing on that, because it's something that is so often in my mind, is onto communities, by the way, in the south of Israel, precisely overpopulated by people who dreamed the dream of peace with their neighbors and believed, for instance, that, by driving Palestinian children from Gaza to Israeli hospitals every weekend, they were doing something in the cause of peace. Literally, the woman who was doing that, who was in her 70s, was burned alive in her home on October the 7th. So the simple dreaming does not make it so. You may well be living in the most wonderful dream, but if everyone else is not, you better just hope you're not woken up one day. But the likelihood is you will be. And again, what I've laid out about the situation in Britain, I hope, is some example of that. A dream which maybe doesn't work, maybe you're woken up from.
Okay, so now I have a better insight too into your goal in the speaking tour. Is like, you're destined to be Cassandra, so that's always fun. And you can tell if you're Cassandra if you make prophecies that you pray would not come true, but believe are likely.
Oh my gosh!
Right.
Yes,
Okay,
you can't believe how much that's been on my mind. My late friend Jonathan Sachs wrote after Strange Death of Europe came out. He wrote to me with a message with a line from Ezekiel, where he said, what's the line? He said, and whether they listen or fail to listen, they should know that a prophet stood among them. Right. Which I have chilled me when I got in. I really hope that he wasn't right.
Right. Well, so I see. So what you're doing at the deepest level with this new tour is, I can see why it's the logical next step in what you've been doing, because you're going to attempt to bring to public attention all those things that people would rather not look at. Right. So there's a very old idea. And I elucidated it in some detail in this new book I wrote, this We Who Wrestle with God, that the way you become immune to the poison of the worst serpents is by looking at the things you least want to look at. Right? And the role of the prophet is to identify what it is that people want to look at least, and to hold it up in front of them in the hopes that will make the people who are viewing voluntarily stronger, and that will set the social order itself on a more appropriate path.
Well, we certainly don't need people to be more dreamy and weaker than they currently are.
All right, so maybe we could turn our attention in this direction. In this conversation, we've done a lot of what conservative types often do, which is to point to what's not good and to make a case for its pathology and danger. Now, it's that proclivity, let's say, that gives rise to the accusations from the radical utopians of the reactionary nature, let's say, of the right. Now, like I said earlier, I don't know if right and left, I don't believe even that the right and left is the right way to conceptualize what's going on in our society now. But again, we'll leave that aside. You know that with this Alliance for Responsible Citizenship, for example, that was started last year in the UK, we've been trying to outline something approximating a positive vision rather than merely pointing to the evils of the current pathway. And that outlining of a more positive vision is something that conservatives aren't particularly good at. And I can understand that in a sense, because it's strange times indeed where you have to point repeatedly about what should be self-evident in relationship to your culture to remind people that it exists. And at the deepest level, you might say, well, the confusion about what constitutes a woman is a cardinal example of that. It's like we're so lost that we can't agree on the distinction between the sexes. And so there isn't a form of lost that's more profound than that, as far as I can figure. So what do you see, let's say, as what do you offer? What do you console yourself, even, let's say, with in regards to something approximating what is it that you're defending? What is it that's the West, let's say, that whose loss you're decrying? Like what's at the bottom of this that we're in such radical danger of losing? This is exactly what Dawkins was pointing to, however implicitly, when he described himself as a cultural Christian. It's like, okay, the West is under assault. Well, what is it that's worth defending precisely? And how do you conceptualize that and make it explicit? And so, when I go to Europe, what do I love about Europe? The great beauty of its artistic tradition. That's something that, if you have any sense, and any aesthetic sense at all, that drops you to your knees. To go to Italy, to a town like Florence, and to go into a random church where there's a painting that, if sold, would be worth $500 million, and to see it just hanging on the wall, unguarded, with no one around, well, what is that? That's an indication of two types of treasure. One, the art itself. Two, the fact that art can just sit there without having 100 men with machine guns around it, making sure that no thug comes along and purloins it. So that's the treasure of that implicit trust that you described. So there's the beauty, there's the deep sense of voluntary civilization that characterizes Europe, right? There's a remarkable history of valuation of the individual all the way down the economic framework that's particularly present in the UK, probably. It's there in the Netherlands as well. There's other European countries that share that. This is not no civilization and no culture. And then, so what is it that we should be promoting and fighting for, as far as you're concerned?
The main thing is that what you've just outlined, we should be continuing. It's one of the things is where small c conservatism is. That if the most radical figures on the left come up with completely bizarre new manifestos for what should happen, like the complete forgetting of biology or anything else, if they come up with that, it's true that others could resist that and say, no, we have an alternative utopian vision and so on. I myself not a devotee of that idea. I'm a devotee of the idea of returning to the sane and the normal and the pursuit of the beautiful and the true. Now, those are all things which you don't have to invent a whole new paradigm for. We had it. We have it in the civilization you just described, in the institutions, in the buildings, in the works of art, and much more. It's what I mean, think of it this way. What if, instead of everybody in our age who has any intelligence being told that they should use it to problematize history and go over history, focus on things that were solved and try to unsolve them and make the situation worse? What if instead of that, people actually wanted to make history? What if instead of being figures who could make the past worse and approach it with greater lack of nuance than ever before, they decided to become historic figures themselves? Well, that would be something to aim for. What if instead of seeing the dozen or so figures that stand over the courtyard at Columbia University, Dante, Aristotle, and so on, what if instead of viewing them as simply dead white men, you viewed them as part of a tradition that you can be a part of and add to? Well, that would be something. And I think it's a very good vision for life. And I think it did our forebears well. And if you have a pride in that tradition, which certainly in Europe we have the right to, not to eradicate any dark times, goodness knows, but a right to have that tradition and to want to add to it and to want to preserve it and keep it going, that seems to me a pretty good basis for life. And remembering things that everyone knew until yesterday.
And I wonder, is it pride or is it grateful aspiration to? Because that word pride, that's been a very thorny word, you might say, and increasingly so in recent years. It's like, well, the right attitude to have towards the great figures of the past. I mean, in this Peterson Academy that we just launched, we have one of the members of the House of Lords do a lecture series on 7 great historical leaders of the past. I mean, I'm kind of rubbing my hands together about that course because it's not the sort of course that you could get at a university, all things considered. There were no great men. They were just pursuing their own power dynamic for their own narrow, self-serving purposes.
Which is it's so preposterous. I mean, I was with some mutual friends of ours recently on the island of St. Helena, and although I tend to take the British view about Napoleon, which was that he was a proto-tyrant, you cannot sit in Napoleon's study in Longwood House looking out at the ocean and considering the battalions of the British Army that had to stay on the island to keep the emperor inside, and the fleet of British boats that had to sit in the harbour facing inwards to make sure the emperor didn't escape, to just think, wow, this was a world historical force, this man. You're able to take the bad with the good sometimes, and but goodness me, I mean, the idea that there were no great men in history, or that it's all just sort of relative, is so preposterous. And you don't have to go to a sort of Carlylean great man theory. But by the way, that's a much better theory of history than anything that's being pushed on us at the moment. I mean, sorry, I don't want to ramble, but I mean, there's a case that I was saying. Actually, I did an alternative commencement speech for some of the students at Columbia the other month because they weren't allowed a commencement ceremony because of the protesters at their university. And of course, so a nice group of students and their families asked if I would speak, and I did as much as I could. But one of the things, I said, as well as talking about the famous great figures of the past, I gave the example of there's a 16-year-old who Andrew Roberts mentions in his History of World War II, The Storm of War. The 16-year-old who lied about his age to get into the British Navy as a submariner in 1940 or so, is on one of the submarines that sinks a German U-boat. They get the crew off the boat and it's sinking. But this 16-year-old and a couple of the others get into this German U-boat as it's sinking, find, among other things, one of the encryption devices, which is sent back to Bletchley Park and which allows the Allies to crack the Enigma code. That 16-year-old ended up being, as it happened, he was chucked out of the Navy because he'd lied about his age. But that 16-year-old boy called Tommy changed the course of human history for the good. Now, tell me it wouldn't be better as a society, instead of telling people to wallow in grievance and anger and bitterness, to say, it actually doesn't matter where you come from. If you have it in you, you could be a world historical figure as well and improve things demonstrably for the better with your life.
I suppose one of the conclusions that you could draw would be that the provision of ideologies that claim the contrary are generated for no other reason than to alleviate the responsibility for doing so from the shoulders, to lift the burden of responsibility for doing so from the shoulders of the authors of those ideologies. Everything is pointless. All morality is relative. No one's life has any true significance. I can do whatever the hell I want with whoever the hell I want to, with no consequences whatsoever, because in the final analysis, does it really matter? It's like, well, does it really matter? Well, the reason I concluded eventually that it did really matter was because that's the pathway to hell. And it looks to me like even if heaven doesn't exist, hell matters. And you'll figure that out when you get there. And it sounds to me like what you're doing with your new tour is bringing an expanded vision of the hell that awaits us if we don't walk a little bit more carefully than we have been.
And the heroism that can await you too. That's I will get into this more, but I mean, that is one of the things that I find extraordinary from my past year. I've seen it before, but wow, until you see what people are able to do under unbelievable circumstances and to risk their lives and sometimes to give their lives for a common good, for a purpose, for a cause, sacrificially, almost self-sacrificially. I'm thinking of people who drove right into the fire on the 7th and were citizens and who stood up for their neighbor and saved a lot of people. And people often think heroism is, sort of a thing from the past. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. It's something that if the time emerges, you would hope you'll be able to raise yourself to. But I've seen many people who did.
Well, that's the purpose of education, is to prepare yourself for precisely that. I mean, you saw, when you came on tour with me, you saw the lights go on in the crowd, let's say, when a case was being made for the relationship between truth and responsibility and adventure and meaning. It's like this call to take your place at the feet of the greats, let's say. That's not some cliche. And it's so interesting to watch people's response to the representation of that pathway, because so many people are so seriously demoralized. It's like, no, you could gird your loins, so to speak, and become something. And you have a cardinal role to play, and you'd find the meaning of your life in doing that. And that meaning is more real than anything else, because it actually is the medication that you can take that doesn't precisely make you immune to pain, but it makes you able to accept it without becoming bitter and murderous. And that's not nothing.
Well,
right.
It has to be that there is an answer to demoralization, and that is something like remoralization of people, a reminder of people to rise to their better instincts, to rise to their better pasts, to aspire to their better forebears. That's all possible. There's no reason that radicals on any side should have to drag us down into this pit. Absolutely no reason. And we should be able collectively to cut whatever rope it is that they are trying to link us to and pull us down on, and saying, no, you can go that way, but you're not taking me with you.
Yeah, you're not taking me or anybody I can communicate with effectively with you. We've got 12,000 students signed up already to Peterson
That's
Academy.
fantastic.
Yeah, well, so, that's a good, it's a good index of the hunger that people have for an education that has the goal that you just described, which is to remind people not only of where they could go if they weren't awake, but also of who they could be if they decided to be who they could be.
Absolutely. I was with one of my fellow St. the other week with Andrew Doyle, who had just done the Shakespeare series view. And I said, what a fantastic thing to have Andrew Doyle teaching Shakespeare. And I said, I said to him, one of the funny things these days is that if you wanted to get a university grant to study Shakespeare, you'd only be able to get one if you were promising to queer Shakespeare or problematize him or look at him through the colonial lens. If you just wanted to study the tragedies or the comedies, it'd be extremely hard to get a grant. But as a friend of ours pointed out, I like to reiterate, the stupid thing about that is the idea is the idea that it's our job to judge Shakespeare, whereas maybe Shakespeare is able to judge us, and maybe if you read Shakespeare well and watch it well and listen to it well and think about it well, you'll realize that sometimes Shakespeare judges us and finds us wanting, and maybe that's just possible. That one of the reasons why we keep on wanting to chuck out great figures from the past is because actually, like anything beautiful, it makes us nervous.
Any ideal is a judge.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Well, and that's a very interesting thing to contemplate psychologically, because the conundrum there is, well, that means the higher ideal, the more severe the judgment. So that's a problem, and that's a non-trivial problem. Like, I'm not trying to make light of that, but there's a corollary to that, is that, well, every ideal is a goal, and there's no hope without a goal. So you can sacrifice the ideal to avoid the judgment, but then you don't have a goal. And if you don't have a goal, you have no joy, you have no enthusiasm, you have no hope. And then your life truly is the kind of bitter misery. See, this is what happens to Cain, right? When he kills Abel, he kills his ideal. And the first thing he says to God is, my punishment is greater than I can bear. It's like, well, why? Well, you just killed that which you most wanted to be. And so what do you do after you've done that? Well, there's no place to go. There's no place you can run to. There's no place you can avoid your fate. And the universities have become places that are dedicated towards the demolition of the very ideal that gave rise to them. And obviously that can't stand for long.
Yeah. Oh, no. And that's why, the great answer, as I said at the end of the war in the West, the great answer to all of this, and it also comes back to what you were saying about pride. I prefer to use the term gratitude, and to say that really the appropriate answer to much of the immiseration and much more is to turn it around, and instead of resentment, feel gratitude. And it's not impossible, because millions and millions of people across the world have waged that war within themselves and won.
Well, I think, part of what you experience when you go into a great cathedral, if you have any sense, I wouldn't say it's a sense of your own littleness, because that's not right, but it might be something like a sense of your own littleness in relationship to the wealth of possibility that's pointed at by these remarkable architectural forms. It's like, look what human beings can do. And are you doing that?
Exactly.
Are you doing that? Probably not.
And there's a reason why people are demoralized about that, because there must be some reason that we haven't been building things like the Great Basilica at Saint Denis in recent years. And there's a reason that those places increasingly look like lost tombstones in a ragged urban, dystopia. And yes, that's why all of these things point to the same direction, the way down and the way up. And the way down we know, and we've all been able to study, and we've all been able to see quite enough of. The way upwards, there's a task.
All right, sir. Well, I think we'll close up. I always get the sense when I'm talking to you that our conversation has just begun, but well, we'll be able to continue it as we have over several years now. And for those of you watching and listening, Douglas came on my tour last September for a number of events, and that was very useful and hopefully inspiring. Certainly was for me, and hopefully it was for the audience. That certainly seemed to be the case. And with any luck, we'll be able to continue that in the future. Good luck with your speaking tour. I hope that I can come and see you at one of those events.
I'd love that.
And you said where do people look?
So if they go to Live Nation, to the website of Live Nation, and type in my name, and we start on September the 8th at Fort Lauderdale, although that's sold out, and we go through Miami Beach, Washington, D.C., Los Angeles, New York, and then Denver on October the 13th. So it's a little over a month. Yeah.
When are you in L.A.?
I am in LA on the September the 23rd at the Wilton in LA.
Maybe we'll come out to LA and see you. That would be fun.
Good to see you.
Yeah. Okay. So, all right. Well, for everybody watching and listening, most of you know that we'll continue this conversation for another half an hour behind the Daily Wire paywall. And I think what I'll do is, with Douglas, is focus a little bit more on the situation in Israel and what he learned, and to delve into some of the geopolitical realities behind that, especially with regards to the, what would you say, the conspiratorial involvement of players like Iran in fostering this bloody, hellacious mess. And so if you are inclined to join us for that, that would be much appreciated. Otherwise, Mr. Murray, it's always a pleasure, a perverse pleasure in talking to you. Well, good luck with your tour.
Thank you.
You said Fort Lauderdale's already sold out. What size venues are you addressing?
Pretty big ones. I think we're now filling the Fillmore in Miami Beach for the 10th of September. So, yeah, they're nice-sized theaters, but still tickets for some. Right. So come along.
Well, so that's heartening. The fact it's pretty strange. If you think about it, that you can make a live event out of what you're doing, showing people this horror and atrocity and making an intellectual case, and that there is enough public appetite for that to make it not only but a mass event. That's in some ways unprecedented, because you're doing live journalism. That's not something that we've seen before. It might also have to do with the fact that as the online world becomes more and more pathological and more difficult to trust, the value of these in-person events is going to increase proportionately.
Absolutely. Among other things, it's a community of people finding each other as well, finding other people concerned about the same things.
Yes. And you're actually there to watch. You can evaluate deeply. And so that's an interesting, unexpected consequence of the virtualization of the world. Right. Okay. And then I guess what I'll close with, apart from an invitation to everyone once again to join us on the Daily Wire side, is we'd love to have you lecture for Peterson Academy on poetry.
I'd love that. Yeah, we discussed it. I'm definitely keen to do that.
Yeah. Well, we could make a great course out of that, and that's our goal. All right, we'll talk about that further. And to everyone watching and listening, thank you very much. For the film crew up here in my cottage in Northern Ontario, appreciate the fact that you guys set this up and make it straightforward, and also to the Daily Wire for facilitating this. And Douglas, well, on to the next interview, and it was a pleasure talking to you. Thank you for sharing what you've seen and been thinking about with everybody watching and listening.
Thank you, Jordan.
Be careful.
I saw what happened to you with Bill C-16 in Canada. Quickly following that, in May of the following year, I watched they were chasing or attempting to find Brett Weinstein with baseball bats. And then when my wife said that I would be a father, I knew I better get a grip on what's going on in education. I had seen what's going on in the news, and I knew something was afoot. There's other parents that don't have the time to dive into this stuff and don't understand what's going on. And they should know and they should be informed.
Hello, everybody. I had the opportunity today to speak to Logan Lansing, who is the author, along with James Lindsay, who was a guest on my podcast and is a force in his own right, obviously. The new book, The Queering of the American Child. Well, so what did we talk about? Well, we talked about the intersection between Marxism and postmodernism, right? The strange intersection. Marxism being a meta-narrative, right? A theology that purports to encompass everything, so a totalitarian theology, allied with a philosophical school that purports to claim that there are no overarching meta-narratives, despite the fact that Marxism is precisely one of those. How do those two things go together? Well, that's one of the things we investigate. The metastasis of Marxism into postmodern queer theory. What is queer theory, you ask? Well, that's why you have to watch the podcast. It's not the celebration of gay identity. It's much more than that, and much less than that at the same time. It's a dark discussion, and it'll take you places that in a happier time you might be justified in your unwillingness to go. But we're not there at the moment, folks. So down the rabbit hole today with Logan Lansing and The Queering of the American Child. Join us. So, Mr. Lansing, you have two books, The Woke Warpath, which is an inquiry essentially into what? Marxism and postmodernism, fundamentally, the strange alliance between those two things. And then more recently, a very provocatively named book, titled book, The Queering of the American Child with James Lindsay. And so I want to wander through the domains covered by both of those books. And I thought I might as well start by asking you a fairly blunt question. And it's a question I torment myself with, I would say. The claims from the radicals on the left is that they're all about the good things. They're all about compassion. They're all about diversity. They're all about inclusivity. They're all about equity. How can anyone oppose such noble views? How do you know that all of your theorizing isn't just a mask for your weird bigotry? You know, to use the terminology that seems to have come rampaging out of the woodwork with the Kamala Harris coronation. So, but I'm very curious about this. You know, I mean, people accuse me of being a bigot, for example, being homophobic, for example. Whatever the phobia of the month is, there's an accusation that goes along with it. What makes you think that you're not, that those epithets don't apply appropriately to you?
Well, I think the left has done a very good job at deceiving a lot of people. When they use the words diversity, equity, and inclusion, they may share your language, but they don't share your dictionary. Those terms have been deceptively defined, and when they're in a social circle where unsuspecting people are present, those words mean one thing. And then as soon as they've got an ounce of power, they immediately turn to the esoteric definitions that they've got for those terms and employ them. So, I mean, I know myself, I know I'm none of those things, and I know a majority of people that the left come for are not those things. But under their definitions of those terms, there is no one who could escape being labeled those things because they're all encompassing. They've got an ism or a phobia for everything on the planet, and they're always going to find one. So you're never going to escape that if you're someone they want to come after. And of course, those terms are used, you know, racism, homophobia, bigotry. They're used to shut you up so you don't talk. They're used to drive ideological conformity.
Okay, so one of the things that I've seen recently, because I've been going after the right-wing psychopathic troll demons that inhabit the virtual universe, and especially with regards to their anti-Semitism, because I've seen a dreadful spike in anti-Semitism, not only since October 7th, when it's become painfully obvious to anyone whose eyes are open that that's precisely what's happening, but long before that, not least because there was some association between me, for example, and Ben Shapiro. And then, of course, I joined forces with the Daily Wire, which everyone knows is run by a cabal of evil Jews, even though the CEO is an evangelical Christian. So I've seen the worst of the bigots, maybe the worst. I mean, hell's a bottomless pit, so the worst is a long ways down. But there is no shortage of the bigoted types that the radical leftists like to point to. Now, I personally don't believe that the right-wing anti-Semites are as much of a danger to the Jews and to the general population as the left-wing anti-Semites. I believe there's far fewer of them, for example, and that their arguments are much more transparent and much less credible in a sense, in an intellectual sense. But they're still as nasty a bunch of scumrats as you could hope to array. And so those people exist. And so when we're battling against monsters, as Nietzsche pointed out, if you look too long into the abyss, then the abyss tends to look into you. And that if you're fighting monsters, you have to be very careful not to become one yourself. And so I'm going to push you again on this a bit. So I've been thinking about Chris Rufo, for example, who's been a very effective counter-propagandist, you might say, in Florida. He's certainly put a bee in the bonnet of Harvard University and fought a pretty decent fight with regards to the unsuitability of Claudine Gay to serve there as president. The DeSantis administration, along with Rufo, are making moves to implement a certain degree of political control over the content of at least one university in Florida. And that would mean that there would be like one new conservative university compared to 99% of the radical leftist universities. But there's still a danger there, and the danger is that the political starts to explicitly permeate the educational. And you could say, well, the leftists walked right into that because of their insistence that the ideological permeates the educational. But it still doesn't look to me like that excuses the potential for an equivalent error on the more conservative side. So, you said that you're not a bigot and you're not a homophobe, etc. But I would say most people who might deserve those epithets, not all of them, would also claim that they're not. And so what is it about what you're doing that makes you think that you're a reliable commentator on such matters and that you're not just acting out some variant of your own personality pathology by going after the hyper-compassionate, all-inclusive utopians of the left-wing sphere?
Yeah, so I'd start with just a quick note on the point about, you indicated that, the left has control of 95% of social institutions. We're really worried about it in education. That's where my work is primarily concerned. What do we do when the right becomes very explicit about their intention to look at the left and say, look what they're doing? We should be able to do the same. And I would just quickly note, we can get into this later if you want, that's precisely playing into the hand of the ideology at the core of the left, which is based in conflict. They need two poles to move history forward. That's really the core of their faith. They need conflict to progress. And they don't care what that conflict looks like as long as things are destroyed in the path. So I think that they welcome someone like a Christopher Rufo figure coming in and saying, we are going to have certain values and we are going to be political in whatever it is we do. I think they welcome that because that plays right into their dialectical game.
Well, it goes back to the issue of, your own feelings about your own trustworthiness as a commentator. I mean,
Yeah.
Well, we do have in-group preferences, for example, as human beings. We tend to prefer the familiar, and
Right.
There's going to be a certain amount of probably at least racial preference that goes along with that that's reflexive, that takes a certain amount of conscious effort to overcome. And so you see now and then, I think it was David Brooks? I don't remember. Someone wrote an article in the New York Times who said, are we the bad guys? And so that's a question that people should always ask themselves. And so you wrote these pretty provocative books, The Woke Warpath, The Queering of the American Child. That's a particularly provocative title. Why aren't you precisely the sort of bad guy that the leftists like to point to? And are you in the same camp, would you say, then also as someone like Chris Rufo?
That's a good question, and I'm not sure. But what I will say in terms of my trustworthiness, I wouldn't consider myself an expert in anything. It's almost like a derogatory term nowadays to hail around the title of expert. All I have done, which is nothing special, is I've spent years, the last 5 years, reading the left's literature on their own terms and just sharing it, saying, look, everyone, this is what they're saying. This is from this book. This is from this academic. Is anyone aware of this? So, literally, I haven't done anything special. It's just a lot of reading and saying, this is what's out there. This explains why the left takes these actions and not these actions. This is how the left thinks about this issue. And it's all explicitly done in their own terms. I worry quite a lot. I beat myself up a lot while I was writing those books because I'm very concerned about misrepresenting someone's ideas. It's just a deep-seated fear. I don't know what it is about my psychology, but knowingly misrepresenting someone is something I've always tried to avoid. I would never knowingly do that. So knowing that, the thing I thought that I could best do is just share their words exactly as they've placed them on the page. And people can determine what they want to do with that information however they'd like, but they should be aware of it because those in charge of education have been doing this for a very long time, and they've been writing things for a very long time, and we've ignored them for far too long.
Okay. So you're construing yourself, it sounds like you're construing yourself essentially as a journalist. And so your case is, well, here's what the left says. You can read it. I've collated it. You can read it and you can decide for yourself. Is that fair enough? Okay, let's walk through the woke warpath. Okay, so lay out your thesis with regards, let's say, to Marxism and postmodernism. Let's start with the woke warpath. Lay out what you see as the philosophical underpinnings. Where are we with the philosophy of the radical left? And is the combination of Marxism and postmodernism the right initial lens to view that through?
Yes, precisely. So I'll try and keep track of the things I want to explain here. And because I first heard you use the term yourself, Dr. Peterson, of postmodern neo-Marxism. And I remember thinking the first time I heard it, well, that makes no sense. Postmodernism is post-Marxism. How could it possibly be that these two things have combined? And the first time I saw it used by a leftist academic in print was from a man by the name of Peter McLaren. And he was writing in the 80s, and he was describing what the critical Marxist project, the critical Marxist tradition, was doing was taking postmodern principles and applying them to identity politics in education. So that was the first kind of verification that I saw that, okay, Peterson's onto something here. To your question about what is at the core of Marxism, this is one of the things I'm most proud of with the queering of the American child. I didn't delve too much into it in the woke warpath because I don't think I understood it at that level yet. But the heart of Marxism, in my view, and I think I could speak for Dr. Lindsay, but have him on and let him, give his interpretation, is that Marxism is a theology. It's not an economic theory. If you read the economic and philosophic manuscripts, I think Marx is very clear. He says human beings are creative and we're social. Now, I'm a pretty plain guy. I'm not an academic. I have no special training. I still don't consider myself a writer. So I'm going to put this in plain terms. When Marx says human beings are creative, he means we see something in the world like a stick, and we've got a vision in our head of what we want to turn that stick into. We've got a vision in our head of what we want the world to look like. So maybe I want to make a spear. I grab a sharp rock, I start cutting away at the stick, I whittle it away, I slowly match what's in my head to the physical reality of my world. That's what Marx meant by humans have a creative nature. And in that, the deeper meaning of that is that when we look into the world, we see ourselves reflecting back at us. We see our creativity, our subjective thoughts, the vision of my spear objectified in the real world. And what he said is we look out into the world we're humanizing with our creativity, and it reflects back our human nature. And we see ourselves as gods, essentially, is what it comes down to. Marx said our species being is also social. That's our spiritual species property, to use his own terms. And what he means by that is we're not born in the world alone. We're not born in a vacuum. He said the tradition of all dead generations weighs like a nightmare on the brains of the living, meaning we're born into a world that's already been humanized. We're born into a world where other people have used their creative potential to transform the world into their vision. So in a sense, our
the burden of what has been.
Right. Yes, exactly. Mm-hmm. And do a little hand gesture. Mm-hmm. And
right. And a cackle, an evil cackle that curls your spine.
Right. And what
freezes the blood of small children.
And what Marx said is because we've got this creative potential to transform our world into our own vision, and we're a social creature, what those things differentiate. If you read the economic and philosophic manuscripts, I think Marx is very clear. He says human beings are creative and we're social. Now, I'm a pretty plain guy. I'm not an academic. I have no special training. I still don't consider myself a writer. So I'm going to put this in plain terms. When Marx says human beings are creative, he means we see something in the world like a stick, and we've got a vision in our head of what we want to turn that stick into. we've got a vision in our head of what we want the world to look like. So maybe I want to make a spear. I grab a sharp rock, I start cutting away at the stick, I whittle it away, I slowly match what's in my head to the physical reality of my world. That's what Marx meant by humans have a creative nature. And in that, the deeper meaning of that is that when we look into the world, we see ourselves reflecting back at us. We see our creativity, our subjective thoughts, the vision of my spear objectified in the real world. And what he said is we look out into the world we're humanizing with our creativity, and it reflects back our human nature. And we see ourselves as gods, essentially, is what it comes down to. Marx said our species being is also social. That's our spiritual species property, to use his own terms. And what he means by that is we're not born in the world alone. We're not born in a vacuum. He said the tradition of all dead generations weighs like a nightmare on the brains of the living, meaning we're born into a world that's already been humanized. We're born into a world where other people have used their creative potential to transform the world into their vision. So in a sense, our
The burden of what has been.
Right. Yes, exactly. We'll do a little hand gesture. And
Right. And a cackle. An
Right.
evil cackle that like curls your spine.
right. And what
Freezes the blood of small children.
And what Marx said is because we've got this creative potential to transform our world into our own vision, and we're a social creature, what those things differentiate us from the animals. And because we can do those things, we make history. Meaning when I'm born into a world others have worked on. They've already transformed nature. If I'm born in a primitive tribe, I'm not going to be going and creating a spacefaring civilization. So the history of the people that have come before me preloads my consciousness, and that makes history. And then the people in my present tribe, whatever you want, your city, those of us attempting to send rockets to Mars, we then socialize the next generation into the world. And Marx's whole theology is the idea that we can arrest this process of history. We can direct it. It's not something that just has to happen. And it's incumbent on those who are oppressed to arrest it, because the group in power who's created the society with capitalism, it would be the bourgeoisie and their private property and the laws, rules, and regulations that have been built up to solidify their social status and their domination. They're not going to overthrow history and direct history in the direction we want it because they're pretty set. They're enjoying their lives. They're happy. So it's incumbent on the oppressed to become conscious of this fact that we can arrest history and we can direct it. And that's Marx's program, the arresting of history through conflict to drive it to an ultimate endpoint, one where we look out in the world and it reflects our humanity back onto us. Marx said, when we look into the world and we're one with nature and nature is one with us. I think his precise words to describe it in almost biblical terms was, he said that when man looks out and he revolves around himself as his own true son. I mean, it doesn't get any more theological than that. So I think that's the heart of it, and everything derives from that. It doesn't make sense that it's an economic theory. It never has. That's why over 100 million people died starving to death in the dark. That's why it doesn't work, because he mapped his economics on top of a theology to sell it, is my opinion.
Security is top of mind for many Americans during these crazy times. Security for our country, security for our leaders, and security for our families. But you're not financially secure if all your eggs are in one basket. Gold and silver are an excellent way to diversify your savings. They're a hedge against inflation, a physical asset that is in high demand globally. Through my friends at Birch Gold Group, you can own physical gold and silver in a tax-sheltered retirement account. That's right, you can diversify an old IRA or 401k for no money out of pocket into an IRA in gold and silver. This is just one thing you can do today to secure your family's savings. Text Jordan to 989898 and receive a free, no-obligation info kit to learn the role that precious metals play in your overall savings strategy. Again, text Jordan to 989898. With an A+ rating with a Better Business Bureau and thousands of happy customers, you can trust Birch Gold to help diversify your savings and secure your family's financial future. Text Jordan to 989898 today.
Okay. So let's delve into the theological side for a moment, and then we'll return to the postmodern element. Okay, so there's two things you laid out as far as I am understanding what you're saying. And the first is, well, some support for your argument that this is a theological movement is that, well, it is a post-religious movement, and it's also something that Nietzsche predicted when he discussed the death of God. He said in The Will to Power that the human race would run an experiment in the 20th century that would likely doom millions of people to investigate the validity of a resentment-predicated communism, and that if we learned the proper lesson from that, then perhaps the sacrifice of lives would have proved valuable and necessary. Now, that's a hell of a harsh thing to say, but it's also quite the remarkable prediction. And of course, Dostoevsky saw the same things coming, especially in his book Demons, which is as accurate a prodroma to the Gulag Archipelago as you could possibly hope for. Okay, so let's look at this theologically. Because I think it is a theology. It's a post-Christian theology. No, it's an anti-Christian theology. And so part of the reason it's anti-Christian is because Marx's fundamental presupposition is that the God of power does and should rule. Right? So that's quite a claim. And I think actually you can understand the attractiveness of that claim, especially on the economic side, because the idea that there is a small minority of people who hold comparative power in any human social hierarchy is true in some manner. It's particularly true if the society is corrupt. And it is also the case that even the most benevolent of social organizations are corrupted to some degree by power. And so power is a major league god, you might say. And it's very attractive intellectually, especially if you're a rather rigid reductionist and you don't like to think in a sophisticated manner, is to reduce everything to power, as Foucault did, power and sexuality in Foucault's case. And you can make a credible case for that. You can make a credible case that your relationship with yourself is one of power, and your relationship with your wife, and your relationship with your children, and your so-called friends, and every economic relationship. It all boils down to power, and only the naive think differently. And so the world's a war of power. And that's not only an anti-Christian doctrine in the most fundamental way, it's almost literally a satanic doctrine, because in the Gospels, for example, Christ is literally tempted by the Satan who offers him power as an alternative to the proper principle of sovereignty. Okay, so that's the first thing, is Marxism is a theology of power. All right, the next thing is that you pointed out was that it's a dialectic of oppressed versus oppressor. And so that's also interesting theologically, because the story of Cain and Abel is an oppressor versus oppressed theology. And the spirit of Cain is the spirit of the resentful oppressed who rebels against the upward striving individual who makes the proper sacrifices, destroys him, and rebels against God pridefully and deceitfully. Right, so that's another theological element. Now, the Marxists would say, well, religion, Christianity is the opiate of the masses, and perhaps Cain, under the sway of the Lucifer, who's regarded as an admirable rebel by the Marxists, including Marx, is the upholder of the proper revolutionary spirit. But it's certainly the case that the notion that existence itself, history itself, all relationships are a battleground of power between the oppressor and the oppressed is central to Marxism as far as I'm concerned. It's not a Marxist idea in and of itself, but it's central to Marxism. And it's also a pretty damn saleable idea, especially if your culture is corrupted by power and you have your self-serving reasons for regarding yourself as victimized and oppressed. That was what Nietzsche objected to with regards to the philosophy of resentment. And Marxism is the philosophy of resentment writ large. And the problem with that is that there's a lot of things in life to be resentful about. Right? So it's easy to sell. It's a doctrine that suits the pathologically immature. And so is there anything in my characterization of Marxism as a theology that's at odds with the manner in which you're construing it?
No, I don't think so. And a point to add is, not only is it an easy sell, but it's a really easy sell to children, which is the relevant area where I'm most concerned. Adults can be set in their ways. And of course, you're going to have those with psychopathologies that really find a lot of value in resentment and how I conceive of it, a religion that answers all of their questions about why they are where they are in life and why what their purpose should be and why they should be so resentful and they should be justified in being resentful. I get that, but with children, it's a super, super easy sell. It's dividing the world into black and white, and it's easy to replicate, very easy to replicate. The structure of classical what's now called vulgar Marxism looks something like this. You have some people who decide to create a society in the classic vulgar sense and give themselves a form of private property. They create the idea of private property and build institutions around that to solidify it. And they give it to themselves. And they justify this private property going to themselves in an ideology called capitalism that explains to everyone that this is common sense, neutral, and fair. Things have always been this way. They're justified in having what they have. You're justified in your low position on the totem pole as a worker. And this is how things are going to be. And it's incumbent on those workers to wake up to the fact that the call of history has chosen them to move the dialectic forward, to take historical materialism to the next stage of history. You can map that and part of the point of the book, The Queering of the American Child, is precisely this. You can map that in a lot of different domains. It's amazing it took them this long to do it. I mean, with critical race theory, you've got white people who created a society they've invented and given themselves a socio-cultural private property called whiteness. Cheryl Harris, in her paper, it was the late 80s or early 90s, literally said whiteness as property was the title of the paper. And right in there, she says it's akin to a bourgeois private property. They give it to themselves. They create an ideology of white supremacy that says this is neutral, common sense, and fair. This is how things have always been. And it's incumbent on the oppressed, which in this particular stance would be people who happen to be black or people of color, anyone who's non-white, to rise up and develop instead of a class consciousness, it's been a long day, an anti-racist consciousness, and to create things like what Ibram X. Kendi proposed with the Department of Anti-Racism that supersedes all laws and jurisdictions in the United States, so we can force this on everyone. And we're going to use equity, which is socialism, to redistribute access to resources. And we're going to sum everything up within the sentence abolition of whiteness rather than abolition of private property as human self-estrangement. You can map that exact structure onto queer theory, which is some people in society created a form of socio-cultural private property called normalcy, or being normal. And they gave it to themselves. And they used that to stratify society between those who have access to normalcy and all of the attendant privileges and those who don't. They hide it in an ideology of cis heteronormativity that explains to everyone that this is neutral, common sense, and fair, the way things should be. It's good to be normal. And it's incumbent on, and I think this requires a definition. I can go into it if you want, but it's incumbent on those who are queer. And this is not a statement of essential identity. I can explain precisely what I mean. It does not mean gay. It does not mean lesbian. It's antithetical to a person happening to be gay or lesbian. But it's incumbent on them to rise up and abolish normalcy as private property. It's all the same. It's the same engine under the car, Jordan. You know, it's just painted differently. It's just a different flavor.
Okay, so now we've pulled postmodernism into the discussion. So, my sense was I got criticized a lot for using the term postmodern neo-Marxists because all the pseudo-intellectuals, the arrogant pseudo-intellectuals came out of the closet and said, well, doesn't Peterson know that postmodernism is predicated on the rejection of meta-narratives and that Marxism is meta-narrative? And the answer to that is, well, yeah. Actually, boys and girls, I was perfectly well aware of that. And so that really wasn't much of a critique as far as I was concerned, except one that was simultaneously appallingly naive and arrogant, which is a hell of a combination. I saw the perverseness in that because, of course, it was Lyotard who proclaimed that the essence of postmodernism was a skepticism regarding meta-narratives, and by which he really meant something like Judeo-Christianity, the Judeo-Christian tradition. But other meta-narratives seem to be perfectly acceptable. So you could have the meta-narrative of unbridled hedonism, for example, or the meta-narrative of unbridled power. And for some reason, those escape the criticism of meta-narratives that, in principle, the postmodernists were up in arms about. And so, is that a contradiction? Well, obviously. Do postmodern neo-Marxists care about contradictions? Not in the least. So that's no criticism. Now, my sense was that Marxism was a philosophy of resentment. I think Marx picked the axis along which resentment has the greatest purchase, because a small minority of people do control a disproportionate amount of the world's wealth and resources economically. Of course, that's the case with every economic system that has ever been developed and tried by any society anywhere. So to attribute that to capitalism is ill-advised, foolish, naive, counterproductive, and motivated, and certainly far from the fundamental point. So you have Marxism as this oppressive versus oppressed narrative, meta-narrative even. And then what happened with the postmodernists is they metastasized that, as you pointed out. They took exactly the same underlying argument of resentment and turned it into an explanation for a power differential across all possible axes of group comparisons in the human realm. Ableism, height, attractiveness, wealth, although they downplay the economic differences, interestingly enough, sex, even imaginary dimensions like gender, you name it. Every possible axis of distinction became a narrative of power. And so that's the metastasis of Marxism. It's a much more perverse version of Marxism, and that's really saying something because it's already an incredibly perverse doctrine. Now, you said, when you heard me use that term to begin with, that you were perplexed or skeptical, let's say, about that juxtaposition. So what, I presume you have changed your mind about that. I have no idea how that played into the development of your thinking, but has your mind, apparently your mind has changed on that front. How come? And is there a more accurate way of formulating it, do you think, than the metastases of Marxism, let's say, across these multiple dimensions?
No, I haven't changed my mind, and I came to that conclusion because I read a lot. Again, I don't have any really. I've got a 4-year degree. I didn't spend any time in school studying any of this. I fell into all of this, so I was starting from scratch. But I read enough of them saying that that's precisely what it is. It's the critical Marxist tradition smashed into the postmodern tactics. And the first time I read someone specifically state this, someone with some weight behind their name, was Kimberly Crenshaw, the mother of CRT, which was formed in my backyard in Madison, Wisconsin, in a convent here, and they say, right, if you read Richard Delgado and Gene Stefanchik's book, CRT, an Introduction, written at the high school level, mind you, and published in 2000 or 2001, they say in the beginning, we find ourselves at this convent. What an odd place for a bunch of Marxists. But Kimberly Crenshaw states in her Mapping the Margins paper that what she is doing, the project of critical race theory, is taking the critical Marxist tradition, the identity politics, and inserting the postmodern element into it. She's combining them. It's a witch's brew. Because postmodernism is a really effective tool for them, a tool that they didn't have access to. So I not only read Kimberly Crenshaw say that's precisely what they're doing, but again, Peter McLaren has a great paper, and the name is escaping me right now, from 1989. But he was writing that that's precisely what they're doing. It's the critical Marxist tradition in postmodernism. But the one that really sold it for me was Joe Kinchelow, who is a critical pedagogue in education. He's since passed. But he is one of the people who is responsible for outlining the technical term for what woke is, and that is critical constructivism. And when I read Joe Kinchelow's work, it just absolutely jumped off the page that this is precisely what has happened. The critical Marxists have adopted postmodernism in their analysis. They use what they like, they discard what they don't like. To your point about contradictions, Jordan, contradictions for Marxists are a fruitful site of critique. That's where the magic happens. That's where the conflict happens. That's what they're supposed to be resolving. So it's no surprise that they enjoy contradictions, and it's no surprise that they enjoy creating contradictions, because that's the whole game, is conflict and contradictions and overcoming it.
Well, so when there was some backlash to my diagnosis, let's say, about the unholy alliance between the Marxists and the postmodernists, it really took me aback, because this wasn't something that I had just conjured up out of the theater of my imagination, as far as I was concerned. I'd read these, appalling, Luciferian, arrogant intellectuals, and that's what they said. So I thought I was just describing what was obvious. It was like, in the 1970s, it became déclassé to pronounce yourself a Marxist, particularly after Solzhenitsyn demonstrated beyond any possible hope of objection that Stalin and Lenin were murderous, repugnant, murderous, vicious, vile thieves and thugs. Beyond a shadow of a doubt, you couldn't be a Marxist anymore, so it's like, presto changeo, we'll just alter the terminology a bit, metastasize the entire philosophy of resentment, and away we'll go. And as far as I could tell, that was exactly what Foucault, for example, we might as well put him at the top of the heap, says he is the world's most cited intellectual. That's essentially what Foucault said. It wasn't like I was inventing this. And so the fact that I got pushback, especially from the leftists, it made me question my sanity for a while. It was like, I'm pointing out what's obvious here. And you're telling me that I don't understand what I'm reading? I don't think so. I actually tend to understand what I'm reading, especially if I actually do the reading. And so, okay. So now we have this meta-Marxist witch's brew, as you pointed out. And Kimberly Crenshaw is a particularly interesting case in point because she's a professor of law who thinks she's a psychiatrist, except her diagnostic ability is limited to one condition. Everything is about a power disparity. It's like, well, Dr. Crenshaw, you're actually not much of a diagnostician because it turns out that most complex social and psychological pathologies have a multitude of causes, and you actually have to consider all of them. And you can't reduce everything to a dialectic of power unless you're too goddamn stupid or crooked to not be able to think in a more sophisticated manner, or you're motivated in that direction. And in her case, I would say it's some combination of stupidity and crookedness, but it's certainly not sophisticated. Okay, so now we pulled in now, let me make a case for the postmodernists for a minute, because one of the things we might ask ourselves is the Marxists are attractive and they can sell what they're offering because resentment is a very powerful motivation and because power does exist and it does corrupt. And you also pointed out that it's particularly easy to sell to young people, and I suppose that's partly because it's not obvious to young people why they shouldn't be resentful, especially if they've been hurt, and also because in many ways, young people are at the bottom of certain hierarchies of power. Why? Well, because they're young. Most people who are rich are old. Now, if you had any sense, you'd notice that, well, young people are rich because they're young, whereas old people are poor because they're old. And most old rich people would trade their wealth for youth at the drop of a bloody hat. But of course, that kind of gratitude doesn't enter the dialogue. And so it's easier to sell resentment to young people. Having said that, so back to the postmodernist issue, the postmodernists, so why is postmodernism so attractive? Well, I have a hypothesis about that. And this is actually giving the devil his due, because the postmodernists were right about one thing that the Enlightenment types are still wrong about. The postmodernists were right that we see the world through a story. They were right about that. And that's actually a revolutionary claim, because the empiricist, Enlightenment, rationalist types tend to presume that we can view the world through something like the lens of objectivity. And we can use the objective facts to inform our narratives, but narrative itself is not the same thing as a scientific view of the world. So the postmodernists did figure out, and bless their hearts, so to speak, they did figure out that we psychologically live inside the confines of a story, and that a story is what binds us socially. And so the postmodern metastasis of Marxism is particularly potent because it can proclaim that we live within a story. That also makes it a theology, let's say. And then it can say that the story is one of power. And there's enough partial truth in both those claims to make that a walloping adversary, because we do live in a story, and the story of power is, what would you say? It's one of the three most compelling stories. Right? The story of hedonism, that's a very compelling story. The story of divine self-sacrifice, that's a very compelling story. And the story of power, those are the three contenders. And when the story of divine self-sacrifice collapses, the story of power and its twin bedfellow, you might say, hedonism, they come popping up like mad, something that Nietzsche observed would happen, and Dostoevsky as well. So, okay. So look, it looks like we share something approximating a diagnostic framework. How did you discover all of this? Like you said, you have a bachelor's degree. This wasn't your area of specialization. It's like, what the hell took you down this rabbit hole?
I'm still asking myself that question. Really, the answer is I became a father. I really didn't care about politics or any of this stuff. And that all changed the instant my wife told me she was pregnant. I can't really describe it. It was not a calling, but it was. I was just drawn. You know what it is. I became curious instantly. I became more curious about the world around me, because in the back of my head, I was thinking, soon I'm going to have a child here in 9 months, and I better take my responsibility seriously and understand better what the hell is happening around me. Really what happened prior to that point, which made it so easy once I became a father to launch down this particular path, because it's not just, of course, I wanted to better understand the world as a whole, but I really got focused on education. But prior to that, in 2016, you could call it my path to radicalization. I saw what happened to you with Bill C-16 in Canada. That was the first time I kind of woke up. You could describe me as classically liberal and said, well, what the hell is this? We're supposed to value free speech, and controlling someone's tongue is not free speech, it's tyranny. So what's this about? What is my side doing? After that, quickly following that, because correct me if I'm wrong, I think that happened in the fall of 2016 was when you kind of exploded and you were everywhere. Quickly following that, in May of the following year, I watched Evergreen State College go into complete meltdown. And I was thinking, what the hell is this? I'll never forget the images coming out of there where the president of the college was, for those that aren't aware, was locked in a room and told he's not leaving until he meets the student demands. And he asked the student if he could go to the bathroom. And the student sat him down and said, you can wait. This is the president of a college in America. I couldn't believe it. They were chasing or attempting to find Brett Weinstein with baseball bats. What the hell is going on, I think? Then following that year, there was a brilliant engineer by the name of James Damore who was fired from Google. And as far as I can tell, after reading the Google memo at the time, the most controversial thing he said was men and women are different on average. And I was thinking, how do you get fired for this? So I was kind of primed. And then when my wife said that I would be a father, I took that responsibility more seriously than anything I ever have in my entire life. And I knew I better get a grip on what's going on in education. I had seen what's going on in the news, and I knew something was afoot, and I started reading, and I've been reading ever since. So that's how I ended up in a place that I never imagined I would be, and I don't necessarily want to be in, but there's other parents that don't have the time to dive into this stuff and don't understand what's going on, and they should know and they should be informed.
It would be easy to toss all of your discipline to the side for the summer, but a life of greatness doesn't happen by taking the easy route. The Hallow app offers an incredible range of guided meditations and prayers, which are designed to help you deepen your spirituality and strengthen your connection to God. For the third year in a row, Hallowed is having their wildly popular Saints in 7 Days prayer challenge, where over the course of 4 weeks, you'll journey through the life of an incredible saint, learning more about their faith, story, and ultimate surrender to the will of God in their life. The challenge will kick off August 5th with Joe Mazzulla, the coach of the Celtics, and Saint Sebastian, the patron saint of athletes. Then, Ria Wahlberg will lead meditations on the life of Saint Elizabeth Seton, followed by Jonathan Rumi walking through the powerful story of Saint Maximilian Kolbe, who sacrificed his own life for the life of another at Auschwitz, closing the series with Father David Michael Moses and Blessed Pier Giorgio Frassati. Saints in 7 Days goes deep into the lesser-known parts of a saint's life to show that while their journeys to sainthood were filled with God's grace and glory, they also included human struggles, great suffering, mistakes, and a profound need for God's mercy. Download the Hallow app today at hallow.com/Jordan for an exclusive 3-month trial. That's hallow.com/Jordan.
Yeah, now you said something worth delving into there, many things, but one thing particularly caught my ear. You said my side. So, and you had regarded yourself as a classic liberal. I would certainly say that was really how I conceptualized myself. I never regarded myself as a conservative. I was an admirer of Jung and Dostoevsky, and they're often regarded by radical left-wingers as conservative, but I don't really have the temperament of a conservative because I'm extremely high in openness. And so that makes me an unlikely conservative. I guess I'm conservative insofar as I do have some understanding of just how absolutely and utterly insane people can become in the absence of an appropriate uniting meta-narrative, let's say, on the social ethos side. And I'm under no illusions, at least intellectually, about that, although I tend to give people the benefit of the doubt, perhaps even when I shouldn't. That's a temperamental flaw that goes along with agreeableness. But my side, so you regarded yourself as a classic liberal, apparently, and so and you said that it was your dawning awareness that there was something approximating free speech that was being suppressed that made you start to question what? Were you a Democrat, let's say, politically at this point? What have you said?
Yeah, absolutely. At the time, I mean, the entire time. And when I say my side, I think it's because at the time, I really, because of what now I would appropriately, I think, call cult conditioning, had really split the world into black and white. I had thought it was side versus side, oppressor versus oppressed. And that's why I think I thought that way. But it was free speech. I took that very seriously because I'm somewhat a student of history, although an amateur. And I know what happens when free speech is stifled and when someone else is allowed to control your tongue and what happens after that. And it's just disastrous. And I remember feeling after I saw that fall that, okay, that's weird. That's happening a lot. I remember thinking, 5 minutes ago, there was no such thing as gender identity. There was no such thing as gender reassignment surgery. There was no such thing as cis heterosexuality. Gender expression. There was no such thing as this. And
I hate that term.
And now I've awakened and I'm looking around and I'm seeing it everywhere and going, everyone else is just kind of acting like this has always been this way. Have we all gone mad? Where has this come from? And that's when the combination of seeing these things happen to people like you and James Damore and the people at Evergreen State College, and then becoming a father, that really ignited my curiosity to go out and look, because I thought...
So the father elements, Damore, Weinstein, myself, that explains things conceptually.
Yeah.
Now, you said that when you became a father, one of the transformations, you took that responsibility with a great degree of seriousness, more than anything in your life. Well, that's, if you actually become a father and you take that with the degree of seriousness that you should, that is what happens to you. That actually means that you've grown up finally, because someone is more important than you. But it's very interesting that it took this particular form. So was that what led to your concentration on education? And if so, why?
Yeah, precisely. Because I wanted to know what schools my children were going to walk into. I had no idea what the state of the educational system had been, but I'd seen some concerning things, like schools segregating students on the basis of their skin color. That will raise some red flags. Is that happening everywhere? I saw things like drag queens performing in front of children as young as 4 and 5 without parental consent or knowledge in schools with public dollars. That'll raise some red flags, like just what the hell is going on? My child is going to go there to school for 7 or 8 hours a day. What's happening there? All of a sudden, I cared. We all go to school and we spend a large chunk of our lives in education, but it's quick how fast you forget what it's like to be in there. And I wanted to know what changes had precipitated since I had been in education. And like I said, my curiosity got the better of me and I really took a deep dive.
Okay, so let's talk about education just for a moment. And we can take a stripe off the conservatives and the classic liberals, probably most particularly the conservatives, but also the classic liberals who've been asleep at the bloody wheel for 4 generations. So here's some fun things to contemplate. So the first thing is that education eats up 50% of the typical state's budget. 50%. Okay, so half the money that you pay in taxes at the state level goes directly to the education system. So that's a lot of money. And that doesn't account for the amount of money that goes to the education system at the federal level. So half, that's a lot. All right, so who has a hammerlock on education? Well, how about teachers? Okay, so let's divide that. Let's talk about teachers as educated people, and then we can talk about teachers' unions. Okay, so question 1, what political party do the teachers' unions overwhelmingly support? Well, that's the Democrats. It's like 97% of their donations are to the Democrats. So that's a good thing to keep in mind when you're thinking about the fact that that's where you spend half your state money. And then the other thing to consider, and this is called in engineering terminology a single point of failure, that the faculties of education control teacher certification. And so then we might say, well, just exactly who are the faculties of education? And so then we could say the most incompetent and radical possible of all the university disciplines who simultaneously attract the arguably the lowest quality and laziest students. And so why would I say that? Well, first of all, because I've been following educational psychology for 4 decades with some degree of expertise and concentration. And to call that field appalling is to barely scrape the surface. Virtually everything that educational psychologists have discovered is not only wrong scientifically, but dangerous ideologically and developmentally. Whole word learning, there's a good example. Social emotional learning, there's another one. Multiple intelligences, there's another one. Self-esteem training. There's another one. None of those things are valid scientifically, and every single one of them is positively and overwhelmingly harmful. And that can be laid at the feet of the educational psychologists. And then in terms of low quality students, it's like, well, there's no evidence whatsoever that being trained as a teacher makes you a better teacher. And it's certainly not the sort of thing that the faculties of education have tried to produce evidence about, because they're not interested in doing actual science. And then with regards to laziness, it's like, well, what's the default degree for people who are dragging their ass around university and don't know which way is up? And are pretty much attracted by the fact that there's 2 months of holidays a year. And is that too scathing a diagnosis? Not even a bit. It's not nearly scathing enough. Now, who might you blame that on? Well, you could blame it on the faculties of education and the universities and the students themselves and the professors, and they all played their role. Or you could blame it on the idiot conservatives who've been asleep at the bloody wheel for 4 generations and let the radical, incompetent, resentful leftists take over the entire education system, and then gave them half of all the money that the states spent. So it's like, the conservatives, what are they? Asleep at the wheel? Well, they're still asleep at the wheel, because even in Republican states, the faculties of education have a hammerlock on teacher certification. And so you want to lose the culture war? Well, hey, boys and girls on the conservative side and the classical liberals, well, you already lost the culture war. So congratulations on that side. So your diagnosis about the corruption in the education system is spot on. And is that remediable? I doubt it.
Yeah, I mean, that's precisely right. There's a very illuminating book released by, he was at Indiana State University at one point. I'm not sure if he's there now. His name is Isaac Gottesman, and he's a Marxist educational scholar. And he released this book called The Critical Turn in Education, where he lays out the critical Marxist infiltration from within the discipline. This is a person who's working in this discipline of the schools of education starting in the 60s. He starts his book, paragraph 1, line 1, quoting from Paul Boole's classic Marxism in the United States. And he says, "Where did all of the 60s radicals go? Neither to religious cults nor yuppiedom, but to the classroom." And then he writes an entire book about critical Marxists rushing into, as prescribed by Herbert Marcuse, who was a critical Marxist I'm sure you're aware of, as prescribed by him in the 60s, right into the education schools, into professions at all levels. I mean, it's so obvious. I was reading something the other day. It was released by the CIA, and I'm not sure if that's because someone at the CIA wrote it. It was a collection of documents. It was old. It was published online in like 2003 about the free speech movement of the 60s radicals, which you can hardly characterize it as free speech. You want to talk about Amat and Bailey. What they were after was not free speech. He was characterizing it. He's sitting here, and it was the president of one of these universities, and he's asking himself, he's completely perplexed by the idea that students have chosen the university to plunder and take over the system. And I'm sitting here reading this like, well, conservatives, Mr. Provost or president, of course, that's where everyone is certified to do all of the work. That's where everyone starts their career, through the university. It's the Marxists figured out in the 60s that the problem of reproduction of society is solved in the university. And that's why they rushed in there. And it's absolutely proof positive of what's happening. You can just, I mean, they've got numerous books. I've read dozens of books and hundreds of papers and maybe thousands of dissertations from people within these departments, and they all say the same thing. So it's just miraculous that conservatives have missed it.
Well, they're doing exactly. Yeah, well, you know, that's what happens when you put your head in the sand and you're not interested in, why would you bother studying philosophy? Why would you bother studying literature? Well, how about because literature describes the way we think, and philosophy is the analysis of the structures that guide our perception and our actions? How about that? Well, I'm interested in more practical things. It's like, well, that's all well and good when the underlying philosophy is in place. When the underlying philosophy that's in place is functional and allows you to attend to your practical matters, but it's a pretty dangerous form of willful blindness and disinterest when the whole goddamn thing has become corrupt beyond belief. Now, you know, this takeover of the faculties of education, like, this is truly metastasized in the last 5 years. We're at the point in Canada now, for example, where the university programs that train clinical psychologists, for example, to be weak-kneed, lily-livered cowards in relationship to such travesties as gender-affirming care, let's say, they can't get accredited as training institutions for clinical psychologists unless they have a social justice orientation, which basically means a Marxist, postmodernist orientation. Because, of course, that's exactly what you want in your clinical psychologist, because everything is about group consciousness at the psychological level, or so say the tyrannical Marxists. And it's not just education. It's education. It's law. It's medicine. And increasingly, it's science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And I would say the most blatant evidence for that at the moment is the ideological takeover of the two leading science journals in the world, Science and Nature, by the kinds of Marxists who proclaimed this week, for example, that scientists, all this was Nature, all around the world are rejoicing because Kamala Harris's mother was a scientist, and so she's pro-science in the appropriate way. And of course, her father was a Marxist professor, and I don't remember if that made it into the article or not. And so there's an explicit political stance being taken on the part of the editors of Nature, which for 150 years was the place where every scientist in the world, regardless of discipline, made their reputation. One publication in Nature, one publication in Science. You could, if you were a first author, you were qualified to be hired at a top-level position at any university there was in a scientific discipline. That's the power those journals have, and they've been taken over by the bloody ideologues. And so the infiltration is radical and complete, and conservatives were 100% asleep at the wheel. The same thing can be said about scientists. Like, I saw this coming 8 years ago, more, probably 10, when I really started to become aware of it. I thought, oh, I see. The neo-Marxist postmodernists have taken over the humanities. They've infiltrated the social sciences, and now they're heading for the hard sciences, like the engineering faculties. And people thought or told me, well, you know, they'll never get anywhere with the scientists. And I thought, are you absolutely out of your mind? Scientists are apolitical. The goddamn radicals will go through them like a hot knife through butter. They won't know what hit them. They'll have absolutely no defense whatsoever, just like James Damore had no defense. And of course, that's proceeding at a pace, that takeover, which is really the demise of science. Really the demise of science. A very fragile enterprise at best. That's proceeding apace at a rate that's really quite miraculous. So the conservatives have plenty on their conscience. It's like, you guys were asleep at the wheel, and you let the radicals infiltrate you let them parasitize the wealth of the West that's been built up since the end of World War II, including the minds of the young. Appalling. So that's what you discovered. How much fun for you?
It's absolutely brutal. And, you know, we characterize in the book, The Queering of the American Child, we characterize this as a religious cult. We're very forward in the very first line of the book. Education is in the grip of a religious cult. And for anyone who has listened to cult survivors or spoken to someone who is currently in a cult or has studied cults to any degree whatsoever, you quickly find that the levers of control are social and emotional, and those are things we are just all super susceptible to. And one of the things the left has done a brilliant job with over the last 60 years is developing tactics of social and emotional leverage that can help bulldoze your reasonable and rational faculties. I was just talking to my father earlier this week about this. You know, he was asking me, how can brilliant people believe such ridiculous things? You had talked about Nature. I think it was as early as 2015, they were publishing articles saying sex redefined. There's no biological basis for sex. It's a spectrum. And we're thinking, my God, where is this coming from? And he said, how do rational, reasonable people who are very well educated, who are doing very well for themselves, how do they fall for this? And
social regression. Man with facial disfigurement asked to leave restaurant for scaring customers. I hadn't even stepped down.
I have a condition called neurofibromatosis. In many people, it causes disfigurement. I've had my eye removed. On this,
the conversation went in a direction where I basically said, well, from the perspective of social and emotional leverage, it's no wonder they've fallen for it, because we don't have many defense mechanisms for that. And the ones we do have are really dusty and rusty because they've been under attack for a very long time. So it's not a surprise that so many people are overwhelmed by this, because it's not fun to be ostracized or selected out. Mm-hmm.
The cult singled out, shot down.
Shot down.
Definitely in the it's a very powerful weapon.
Right. Yeah. I mean, we one of the books we quote in our book, The Queering of the American Child, was Robert J. Lifton's book. And I'm sure you're familiar with Robert J. Lifton. He was an expert in cult psychology. He wrote a really famous book called Thought Reform and the Psychology of Totalism, a Study of Brainwashing in China. And what he did was he interviewed those who came out of Mao's brainwashing camps, their thought reform prisons, and he kind of laid out how cults operate really for the first time that I'm aware of. And when you look through his list that now is, 60 or 70 years old, you see all of that in places like our schools. It's almost entirely a social and emotional game. So I'm not too surprised that even when people were bright enough to perceive that something was wrong, that they didn't have defenses for it, just because that game is a strong one. That magic is very difficult to overcome.
Starting a business can be tough, but thanks to Shopify, running your online storefront is easier than ever. Shopify is the global commerce platform that helps you sell at every stage of your business. From the launch your online shop stage all the way to the did we just hit a million orders stage, Shopify is here to help you grow. Our marketing team uses Shopify every day to sell our merchandise, and we love how easy it is to add more items, ship products, and track conversions. With Shopify, customize your online store to your style with flexible templates and powerful tools, alongside an endless list of integrations and third-party apps like on-demand printing, accounting, and chatbots. Shopify helps you turn browsers into buyers with the internet's best converting checkout, up to 36% better compared to other leading e-commerce platforms. No matter how big you want to grow, Shopify gives you everything you need to take control and take your business to the next level. Sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/JBP, all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/JBP now to grow your business no matter what stage you're in. That's shopify.com/JBP.
Yeah, well, the thing is, too, is that real scientists, let's say, real mathematicians, they're not political. Because if you're going to be a top-performing scientist, so let's say in the top 1% of your field, which is where all the work is done, right? All the other 99%, that's all practice. That's all training. That's all mostly wrong, because most studies don't replicate. Most scientific research is erroneous. But 1% of it isn't. And if you want to be in that 1%, well, you better be super bright, first of all. And then you better be like 99th percentile conscientious. So all you do is work all the time on your area of specialty, like 80 hours a week, flat out with your students. You don't have time for anything else. And that's wonderful when the universities have put 4 layers of wall between you and the world, and you're funded by people who actually want to generate knowledge so that you can pursue your obsessional concern with some scientific triviality that might lead to a real discovery for the 15 years that it takes you to become a domain expert. But it's completely counterproductive when you're under assault by resentful parasites. And that's where we're at. You know, our language is very polluted and perverted as well. And even in this conversation, we're falling prey to the terminology of the radicals. We talk about capitalism. That's a pathological word. We're really talking about free exchange, right? The free exchange of goods, services, and ideas, right? Not capitalism. And this isn't left versus right. If you oppose the radicals, you're not right wing. You're not even conservative. What we're in is a war between the resentful, hedonistic, and power mad and everyone else, right? So that it's not a political war. If you're right, and I think you are, it's a theological war. And arrayed on one side are definitely the forces of.
This particular day, I took myself out for lunch down to the local town center, and I went inside, and the gentleman behind the counter said, "Unfortunately, there's been some complaints about you, the way you look, you're scaring the customers. Please leave." In such an overtly discriminatory way. So they asked me to leave, and that was obviously very upsetting.
When I was a kid, people would scold you really hard if you acted rude or stared at people with deformities. Are we regressing as society or something? Yeah, I think we are, actually. Yes, straight up. What happened to body positivity? It's only for fat bitches who can't stop shoveling cake in their mouth. Holy fuck, that's a fact. That's what body positivity is really for. Body positivity matters until it actually comes to the actual audience that desperately needs it. Our society is a joke. It's disgusting. It's sad to see people treat people like this. Is if somebody looks weird, people are going to look at them and think they're weird, right? Maybe one day in the future it will change. But asking him to leave is crazy. Like, that's crazy. Super disrespectful. It's just, it sucks.
Resentment, hedonism, and power. Right. And if you're a good cynic, you think that's all there is. Because there's where the postmodernism comes into play. There's no uniting meta-narrative outside of the claims of power, hedonism, and resentment. Right. And, if you're cynical, nihilistic, it's very easy to believe that, especially if it serves your self-interest, your hedonism, and your desire for power. And so you can wave that in front of bitter people like a meat-covered bone in front of a ravenous dog, and away you'll go, leading them down the path of perdition to totalitarian hell, which is a pathway we've trod several times in the 20th century, right? To everyone's great dismay. And so, okay, so it's not a political struggle. So let's go back to the children, easy sell to children. There's something else too that's hard on the conservative types, let's say. So when the appeal, like the appeal that you described being made by people like Kimberly Crenshaw and Judith Butler, who's perhaps the worst of the worst, except for maybe Foucault. See, they also appeal to creative people, because a creative person does have an issue with normality. Because if you're creative, which means you're high in openness, you're not normal. Your identity is protean and fluid. And if you're young and creative, you're in a weird bind, because your talent will serve you extremely well if you can find a position where it can be utilized. But it makes you an absolutely brutally miserable employee in a job that requires what? That you inhabit a box and you act like everyone else. Well, that isn't the creative person's niche. I did a study at Harvard that we never published. When piercing and tattooing became common in the 1990s, I did a study with a fellow psychopathologist looking at whether the proclivity to tattoo and pierce, which was still kind of countercultural at the time, was an indication of psychopathology. And we found out that it wasn't. It was just associated with the trait openness. It was just an expression of creativity. The blue-haired woke type, that hair coloring with the piercings, that's a reflection of openness. And the pathological ideology of the anti-normative radicals does also appeal to creative young people, because they actually do have fluid identities and they don't fit in. And so that's another place where the oversimplifying lie finds a ready audience. So, of course, if you're a creative young person, you're going to feel that you're at odds with the heteronormative cis patriarchy, because you are.
Right.
Now, that doesn't mean that you shouldn't be grateful for the fact that you're not scrabbling around in the dirt like a peasant from the 13th century. But unless someone has sat you down carefully and explained that to you, and that's certainly not going to happen in the education system, you're just going to feel that the world is arrayed against someone with your generative talents, which, of course, it is, because normal society never incorporates the creative, because it's a one-size-fits-all solution.
I should add that children are easier targets for obvious reasons. They just don't have a model of the world. They have no way of orienting themselves correctly in the world. They're just too young. They don't have the experience. They're supposed to have adults in their lives that help with that. But I will also add that, especially in the domain of queer theory, the abuse is intentional. One of the people we quote in the book, Kevin Kumashiro, he's one of these queer educators, and I should, before I continue with that, I should define what I mean by queer, because that's something people immediately get wrong. Our definition we use in the book, we use the word over 1,300 times. It may be a Guinness record. Our definition we take directly from David Halperin in his 1995 book, Saint Foucault, Towards a Gay Hagiography, where he's essentially trying to make Michel Foucault a gay saint. And in his book, he says
that would be the Michel Foucault who had a proclivity to take young boys into graveyards and have his hedonistic way with them. That right. Saint Foucault, that gentleman who bent his IQ of 180 his entire life in service of justifying the perversions that he was absolutely unable to control, even when he had AIDS, even when he knew it. That Foucault?
That Foucault.
That Foucault. Oh, yeah. So I just wanted to make sure that we were talking about the same person. That's the same Foucault who is the most cited scholar in the world.
That's right.
That Michel Foucault. Okay, well, good. So we're definitely talking about the same stellar guy.
Yeah, so the definition we use, it's that Foucault, is David Halperin's. And it is the definition that all of queer theory recognizes, even though when you read their papers, they say it escapes definition. It can't be categorized. Of course, that's what they're going to say because that's the whole program. But David Halperin says that queer is defined in this way. He says, unlike gay identity, queer identity need not be grounded in any positive truth or in any stable reality. Queer acquires its meaning from its oppositional relation to the norm. Queer is by definition whatever is at odds with the normal, the legitimate, the dominant. There is nothing in particular to which it necessarily refers. It is an identity without an essence. That's the definition we're going with. It has essentially nothing to do with being, it's right away, unlike gay. Nothing to do with it. It's actually antithetical towards it because these
sure because gay is a stable identity.
It's stable. You lose the revolutionary potential if you happen to be gay and you're living a great life and you're happy. You fit into a well-functioning, prosperous society. They've lost the resentment. You're not going to work. Get out of here. So before I continue, I just wanted to clarify that point because that's a point that requires clarification.
That's crucial because otherwise it's easy for people to presume that queer is just a minor variant of gay.
No.
And that definition, if that definition doesn't send chills down your spine, you're dangerously naive.
Right.
Because that's an identity that's predicated on the negation of identity as such, both psychologically and socially. That also means technically that and this is relevant to the observations by Jonathan Haidt and others that the radical progressive agenda is associated with a marked increase in mental illness. An unstable identity dooms you to a dearth of positive emotion, that's hopelessness, and an excess of negative emotion, that's anxiety. Like an unstable identity, an unstable self-questioning antithetical identity is indistinguishable from psychological suffering and social disunity. They're the same thing. Right, so it's a celebration of, there's your postmodernism for you. That would be a fractionation of the meta-narrative all the way down to the microscopic. Nothing unifies anything.
Right. And it's not even,
right. Brutal.
I would even add that it's not an identity at all because there's no essential quality to it. What it is it's a spiritual position. It's a stance you take. It's an orientation in the world against anything considered normal, anything considered legitimate. And what makes the teaching of this to children, I wanted to add to this. It's not just that kids are easier to brainwash, let's say. It's that the queer theorists are very specific that their program is abusive to children. They've got a program that's designed to pull social and emotional levers to make children accept this. So the person I was talking about earlier, Kevin Kumashiro, queer activist, he wrote a few papers that will just floor you. His paper, Against Repetition, was the reason I wrote this book. I read that paper and I said, okay, that's it. Now this is the book to write people have to know. He said that educators have a responsibility to pull children into crisis. A responsibility so that crisis can be resolved productively. And what he means by this, from within the context of queer theory, is that queer theory argues that kids want to be normal. Of course they do. And if they're desiring to be normal and to plug into a society that's working, a well-functioning society, then they can't experience the queer, the definition that we just discussed. They can't experience it if that's what they're desiring. So you need to interrupt that desire to fit in with something. And that something is crisis. What he says is one of the ways you do this is you explain to kids that they may hold racist beliefs that they weren't aware of. You might hold homophobic beliefs that you weren't aware of. And then you've got this special knowledge that's coming from the queer theorist about all of the isms and phobias that no one can perceive but them, just like a cult guru or a cult leader. They've got this Gnostic insight, this special knowledge that you need to be initiated into. And they drive cognitive dissonance into the child. The technical term is trauma bonding. They traumatize the child. You're a racist, you don't know it. You're a sexist, you don't know it. The kid wants to resolve this trauma, and then, to Kevin Kumashiro's words, we help them resolve it productively. So we help use that trauma to generate it.
Resolve it in what? Okay, I want to ask you that. Let me take apart a couple of things that you said. Okay, so the first thing that we should point out is that there is no difference between being socialized and being normal and fitting in. Those are the same thing. Right, and so the technical way of thinking about that is that, if you're socialized, you can play a game with other people. Those concepts are indistinguishable. Now, if you can play a game with other people, first of all, that means you can play a game, and it also means you can play, and it means that other people can stand you, and that you can interact with them peacefully when you cooperate and when you compete, and that you can organize yourselves with others to pursue a joint aim. So that's all in the notion of play. Okay, well, of course you have to be normal and fit in, because if you all are playing a game, you all follow the same rules, because otherwise you're not all playing the same game. Okay, now it's obviously the case, and this would be the grain of truth, is that you can subjugate that creative essence that might enable you to discover a better game if you're too much of a conformist. But it's still the case that your primary goal as a child from the age of 2 to 18 is fitting in. That's what your goal is, right? Because that's what it means to be socialized. Now, you can understand why that would grate against the conscience of someone whose fundamental orientation was creative, because they're going to be the ones that pay the biggest psychological price for that, in a sense. But at least they'll be able to play games with others, to cooperate, to compete, to take aim with other people, and to have friends. Like, that's not nothing. Plus, it's also what social stability itself depends on, right? So we have to be very clear about what it is that's being critiqued here. They're actually critiquing socialized maturity itself.
Right.
Right. Okay, now, the curious thing would be, though, okay, so now you put the child in crisis. Now, you can justify that by saying, well, there's no learning without pain. The question is, what's being offered as a resolution? Because if the stance is only the identity that opposes, so that's like right out of Milton's Paradise Lost, right? Because Satan himself is the spirit that opposes. That's his definition. He's nothing but the spirit that opposes. So it's a very good way of understanding that at a theological level. There's no unity in the spirit that opposes. You can't rectify an existential crisis by identifying with the spirit that opposes. If you identify with the spirit that opposes, you end up in hell, metaphysically speaking, well, practically speaking for that matter, and perhaps even theologically speaking. So what the hell's the resolution supposed to be?
There is none. From the outside, there is none. But the way it is sold is the resolution is you find your true self. You find your gender
What is
identity.
that?
It's whatever you feel it is, because again, it's the way.
Right. So that basically puts you at the whim of your emotions, your moment-to-moment emotions.
Correct.
Right? I mean, what, like, if it's what you feel, because I don't know what the hell that means, but let's say it means whatever motivates you at the moment or whatever emotion grips you. What that essentially means is that you occupy precisely the same existential space as a very badly behaved and wayward 2-year-old. Because that's the world of a 2-year-old. It's one emotion after another, or one motivational state after another, with no overarching psychological or social unity, right? That's all inculcated. You'd think the constructionists would know that. That's all inculcated as a consequence of cortical maturation and socialization. So I see. So the solution to the existential crisis is what? The clamoring plethora of possession by primordial emotional states. Well, there, now you see what the unholy alliance is between the bloody hedonists and the power worshippers. The free child is one who's the slave of their emotions. Brilliant. What a pathway to misery that is.
Right. Yeah, precisely. And it becomes really dark when you understand precisely what that process is meant to do for the child. And, Foucault said this and Butler echoed it in Gender Trouble. And this is a big misconception with people who've read queer theory, and I've seen their critiques on it, is that Foucault said the soul is the prison of the body. The body is not the prison of the soul. And Butler again echoes this. And she
oh my
says,
God,
she
that's
says,
unbelievable.
She says, unlike what Christian imagery would suggest, the soul is the prison of the body. And what they mean by this is that we are born into a society that has a social, cultural, and political soul to it, a zeitgeist. And what that thing does is it possesses us. And under this possession, we are convinced to materialize our bodies, actions, behaviors, love interests as that society wants us to. So it's not forcing us. It's not.
Yeah, well,
it's
obviously,
right.
Obviously, that's the definition of social.
Right.
Animals who aren't social do exactly what they want to do, and in the moment, all the time. So there's a reason that the Christian West put the crucifix at the center of its cities. The reason is that the community is founded on sacrifice, which is exactly the observation that Butler and Foucault are making, except in reverse. Their point is, well, we're sacrificing what? Our bodies. Okay, what does that mean? We're sacrificing our instinctive whims. Well, yeah, that is what you're doing if you're going to be social, because if it's all about you, you are the sort of absolutely present-focused, conscienceless psychopath that everybody should run away from as rapidly as possible. And it's certainly the case that Saint Michelle and likely Madame Butler herself fit very nicely into that category. So they're right, they're right. The soul is the prison of the body. If you presume that the whims of the body are equivalent to the highest possible value. But if you think that a 2-year-old who's in the midst of a temper tantrum is not doing any service to himself or the community, then you're going to be a little bit more firmly on the side of the soul. The cortex itself, which develops under the influence of socialization, has evolved to integrate the emotions and motivations that the postmodernist, nihilistic, neo-Marxist want to worship. You might as well be a decorticate animal, like driven by your hypothalamus. And all that is like misery and chaos.
Right. Well, they don't think,
stunning.
Again, back to the queer definition, they don't think there's any essential quality. I mean, we're just born in meat sacks. Some of them happen to have penises. Some of them happen to have vaginas. There is nothing determinate from their position about anything that goes on inside your body. It is all possession through society. So,
Right. The same. There's the postmodernism again.
Right.
There's no essence.
Right.
And the Marxists were the same way. It's all socially constructed. There's no reality at the bottom of things.
Right.
There's no essential human nature. There's certainly no noble human nature. But the thing is, they still worship whim and immediacy. That's the thing that's so perverse, because the logical conclusion of that kind of reasoning is a dead nihilism. Right? There's no rationale for any forward impetus whatsoever, by definition. So there's a hidden God underneath all of that ideological justification. Well, there's two. It's hidden. In the book of Revelation, which is a vision of the end times, the destructive ethos is the unholy alliance between the degenerate patriarchal state, that's the scarlet beast, the multi-headed scarlet beast, and the whore of Babylon. Right. It's the death dance of power and hedonism. And those are the gods that arise when the proper sacrificial transcendental unity is foregone. Right. And so Butler and Foucault can talk all they want about no uniting ethos, but they just default to power and hedonism. And, in the book of Revelation, it's so interesting because the scarlet beast, which is the degenerate patriarchal state, kills the whore. So the offering is, you can do whatever you want with whoever you want at any time you choose. But the reality is, you'll end up with nothing. And certainly not the gratification of your infantile whims.
Bullshit.
Certainly not that. So, dark, man. Well, that's the problem with looking at things theologically.
Yeah. It's, you can go to a dark place being stuck, especially in, the theology of Marxism in general, but queer theory specifically. We didn't include a lot of stuff in the book that we could have to really make other points, simply because they're not readable. I mean, there's some key terms I could give you that you could search in some books to find it for yourself, but it's dark stuff.
Well, okay, look, we've done an hour and a half here. Why don't we talk exactly about those terms on the Daily Wire side of this?
Okay, yeah, sure.
So, before we do that, so for everyone watching and listening, most of you know this, but I do an extra half an hour with my guests on the Daily Wire platform behind a paywall, and that gives me a chance to, return to the Daily Wire the favor that they do to me and to everyone by producing this podcast and making it freely available to everyone. But it also gives me a chance to do a deeper dive on some specific issues. So I think we found the issue that we should do a deeper dive into, the forbidden elements of the postmodern neo-Marxist unholy alliance, let's say. So you could join us, everyone who's watching and listening, you could join us on the Daily Wire side for that. That's what we'll do. Before we do that, we've focused our discussion on, in some ways, on the definition of queerness, but also on elucidating the nature of Marxism and the nature of postmodernism and the manner in which they've come together. I think that's a good summary of what we've managed to accomplish. Is there anything that, you'd like to bring to the attention of those who are watching and listening in relationship to your work and to the broader culture at the moment that you want to cover before we turn our attention to these more specific issues?
Yeah, I'll just say curiosity can go a long way. I recently wrote a piece that was published on New Discourses, which is associated with Dr. James Lindsay, who's the co-author on The Queering of the American Child. And it was titled Curiosity is a Cult Killer. My advice would be curious. And one thing I say to many of the parents that I talk to around the country is that you need to have, there's not an easy way out of this, but you can be in control of your own family. And it's really important to have an ironclad relationship with your child and to really listen to them and to cultivate them and to talk to them about what's happening. Because as we just saw in California, I mean, the number of parents now in the country, prior to the law in California, the number of parents in the country who by district policy and definition would not be notified if their child decided to adopt a new gender identity in school was over 10 million already. And that's prior to what just happened with the California law. So you need to be talking to your kids. You have to have an ironclad relationship with them because, as we mentioned earlier, the educational apparatus has been entirely hijacked. Read the book to learn more about that. And there's no one coming, in my estimation, to save us in the short term. So it's up to you and talk to your kids.
So I just interviewed Elon Musk, and he resolved his existential crisis of meaninglessness when he was an adolescent by putting the pursuit of curiosity, let's say, in the highest place. And that's a very ancient medication for delusional nihilism, because the God of the Old Testament, for example, is frequently characterized as the spirit of what calls to you. It's calling in conscience. And in your case, you could see both of those at work. It was curiosity that drove you into this, but it was also the prick of conscience in relationship to the responsibility that you have for your children, right? So what's the proper spirit that's placed in the heavenly hierarchy above power, hedonism, resentment, and arrogance, let's say? That's the divinity of calling in conscience. Right. That's the North Star that guides you forward. The North Stars that guide you forward. Right. One specifies the aim, and the other keeps you on the straight and narrow. Right. And that's a sacrificial journey. So, and that's definitely what these queer theorists, the unholy postmodern neo-Marxists, that's definitely what they're opposed to. And make no mistake about it. Right. Okay, well, for everybody watching and listening, we're going to continue this oh-so-optimistic discussion, diagnostic discussion on the Daily Wire side. So join us for that. And thank you very much for sharing your process of discovery and the consequences of that with everybody who's watching and listening.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
That was suicide. That was suicide.
Ago, and the friends we have there, they are fighting on the ground, literally risking their ago. So she's like a force of nature, and this is why the regime is so afraid of her. Her charisma is so powerful that even members of the armed forces have backed her. That's, by the way, one of the reasons why they had the access to the documents showing that they won the presidency, because members in the military were leaking these documents to behind.
My wife, Tammy, and I recently had the privilege of touring through Mexico and South America. We didn't tour, obviously, through the whole continent. We went to a couple of places in Brazil and to Chile and to Mexico. And I met some very interesting people along the way, which is always something that happens, including the gentleman I'm talking to today, Axel Kaiser Behrens von Hohenhagen. He's a Chilean-German lawyer, a master in investments, commerce, and arbitration, master of arts, and doctor of philosophy from the University of Heidelberg in Germany. It's a very good university. He is co-founder and president of the Foundation for Progress in Chile, one of the most influential free market think tanks in Latin America. He's also a senior fellow at the Archbridge Institute in Washington and director of the Friedrich Hayek Chair at Adolfo Ibáñez University from 2016 to 2024. So why are we talking? Well, I thought it would be good to bring everyone an update on the political and ideological situation in South America. Now, that's an impossible thing to do, obviously, in the course of a 90-minute podcast, because it's very complicated to talk about a whole continent. And much of what we focused on was to do with the events that are transpiring in Venezuela, where the age-old conflict between what's essentially a crooked, corrupt, propagandistic, draconian, communist, totalitarian state and the people and the opposition to that state is transpiring. And so we walked through the situation in Venezuela. There was a recent election there. The incumbent, the aforementioned totalitarian Maduro, apparently lost and is very unlikely to give up power. Why should anyone care? Well, the world is a small place now, and what happens everywhere has an effect that's local. If South America is destabilized, you can expect a lot more trouble, for example, at the southern U.S. border. And by a lot, I mean millions of people. And if the communist dystopians and their Iranian, Chinese, and Russian propagandistic backers and troublemakers get their way, there's going to be plenty of dystopia in South America. And don't be thinking you're going to escape unscathed from that, because you're not. And so we talked about Venezuela, and we talked about Chile, and we talked about Argentina and Milei, the new government there. And so we talked about different schools of economics as well, and what influence they all had in the way that geopolitical affairs lay themselves out. So join us for that and learn along with me about what's transpiring with our southern neighbors. Well, Dr. Kaiser, let's just jump right into it. Let's talk about Venezuela. Maybe you can give people a bit of an update about the current situation, and then we could delve into that historically. Then we'll move into the topic of South and Central America more broadly. So give us your thoughts on Venezuela.
Well, it's a very, sad situation we are living now. I started my career in Venezuela, in Caracas, back in 2005. I was studying the socialist revolution in Caracas, and I came to the conclusion that Chavez had come to power and he would never leave, which is what usually socialist dictators do. And at the time, my friends in Venezuela had the hope that they could vote him out. It never happened, as we all know. And what we really are experiencing is the consequences of decades of socialism. You can vote socialists in, but you cannot vote them out. This is one of the main lessons that you have in Venezuela, especially if you have weak institutions. And what we do have now, it's a horrible regime. It's a tyrannical dictatorship that has been there for decades already. And Maduro is systematically engaging in human rights violation. He stole the election. We all know that a couple of weeks ago. And the friends we have there, they are fighting on the ground, literally risking their lives. A good friend of mine was recently arrested by the Maduro regime with no, warrant or whatever. I mean, just the police came to her house. They took her to prison, and who knows what they are doing to her. And just because she was posting some content on social media. And the problem that Venezuela poses for the whole region, and not only Latin America, but also the United States, is that the Maduro regime, it's a big narco dictatorship. So they are in bed with the Cartel de los Soles. They are running the Soles cartel, which is the Sun cartel. And they are exporting cocaine everywhere. And not only that, they are in bed with the Iranian regime and with Russia. So they're being supported by Russia, Iran, and also by China. So I think this poses a security threat to the United States because they have, Hezbollah has training camps in Venezuela. And if you have these open borders with Mexico, I'm sure they have infiltrated people coming from Venezuela to the United States that are not the regular criminals that you can see nowadays operating in New York or other parts in the United States. These are also Islamic terrorists. I'm pretty sure that you have some of them now that came from Venezuela via Mexico into the United States. So this is a dramatic situation. And I have a message from the group of Maria Corina Machado, because I've been in contact with them. She's the opposition leader. She's a good friend of mine, to the international media. They are really very upset by the way that the press in the Western world has been covering all this. And they have a double standard when it comes to left-wing dictatorships as compared to not left-wing or right-wing dictatorships. And you have several newspapers like El País in Spain, for instance, that have called Maria Corina Machado a far-right extremist, which is complete nonsense. She is fighting for freedom and democracy. And then you have other media like the New York Times who have been very biased as well. And they sent me a message, and I'm using this platform, and they thank you, Jordan, for this interview, because they need the support of the international community if you want a transition to happen in Venezuela, which is looking increasingly unlikely with the passing of time. So it's very sad, and this is poisoning the whole of the whole region. And also, I think it's gonna be a big problem for the United States if they don't push enough to get rid of Maduro right now, for the reasons I already mentioned.
All right, so there's a lot in what you just said. So let me take it apart piece by piece. You said, for example, that if you vote in the socialists, you don't get to vote them out. And so we probably want to draw a distinction, or at least have a discussion about socialism versus communism, or a discussion about whether or not that distinction is even reasonable. It's definitely the case that in some Western countries, more left-leaning regimes are voted in and voted out with some degree of regularity. Canada has a socialist party, the New Democratic Party, and it has never won an election federally and is unlikely ever to do so, I would say, because it never seems to gain more than about 20% of the population. But it's certainly run many provinces, and often not cataclysmically, sometimes even intelligently, depending on who it was that was running the show, let's say. So, and then of course, people tend to presume that countries like Sweden and Denmark and Norway are socialist countries, even though fundamentally they adhere to free market principles. So do you want to distinguish first for maybe some definitions? What do you think the difference is between a socialist country and a communist country, and how should people draw a distinction?
Well, I would distinguish between social democracy, which is, the left that we have usually in the Western world, in the developed nations, people like Biden, or people like, Justin Trudeau, and people like that, who can be very far left when it comes to the woke issues and all of these value conflicts that we have now in the West. And I believe that they are responsible for endorsing an ideology that will end up destroying the West if they are successful in the end. But they are not these revolutionary socialists that we have now in Latin America, or that we used to have in the Western world during the Cold War. Like you had them in Italy and France, you had them in Germany, you had terrorist groups that were fighting against the establishment, being funded by the Soviet Union, and so on. So I would make a distinction there. And also, if you have countries with more solid institutions, even within Latin America, they are never able to achieve their goal of concentrating power in their own hands. Like Chile is a good example of that. We had a constitutional referendum a couple of years ago, and the left proposed a very radical constitution, a very woke constitution, but at the same time, communist constitution. And over 60% of Chileans voted against that. So we were saved by this decision in the referendum. So they failed in their attempt to, control power. So I would say in the classical definition, socialism and Marxism or communism, they used to be more or less the same during the Cold War. I mean, it would be hard to argue that a socialist was not at the same time someone who believed in the Soviet Union type of system, central plant economy. This is a point that Hayek and Mises were making during the Cold War, fighting against the socialists, because the socialists were arguing for a central plant economy, which in the end would have destroyed all sort of political liberties and democracy as well. So I would distinguish more, as I said, between the Social Democrats, and within the Social Democrats you have also more extreme type of people than others, and the socialists and communists. And even if some political parties have the name of socialist, nowadays they are more like social democrats than true socialists that are inspired 100% by the Marxist and Leninist doctrine that they followed in the times of the Cold War. So that's a distinction I would make.
So what we could say, just to clarify this further for everybody watching and listening, is that in countries like, I think the Scandinavian countries are probably the best example of this. The first thing we should note is that they're relatively small countries, and until recently they were relatively homogenous ethnically, and that makes governance more straightforward. The systems simply aren't as complex because there are fewer people, and there is more of a implicit consensus on which way is up and which way is down, let's say. But the Scandinavian countries like Canada, the classic socialists, were really free market people, all things considered, believed in private property more or less, but were more interested than the libertarians or the conservatives in producing a broad and encompassing social safety net. And so most of the political action in Canada had to do with the expansion of the social safety net. And that was what the left-wingers and the labor union types were pushing for with a certain degree of success. And the distinction you're drawing on, and you referred to a couple of Austrian economists, Hayek and Mises, is that the communists go full-fledged planned economy, the full-fledged planned economy route, and they are not in favor of private property. They believe that an untrammeled free market, it ends up concentrating economic power in the hands of a very small number of people, and that replacing that with a planned economy would fix that problem, which it certainly doesn't and can't. And I know the Austrians who you referred to also make the case that a planned economy is something that appeals to people who are very presumptuous in their intellect, because the fabrication of any given commodity, consumer item, let's say, or a commodity for that matter, is complex almost beyond, well, it's complex beyond comprehension unless you have a distributed system of pricing to make rational, intelligent decisions. Your economy will eventually grind to a cataclysmic halt.
Exactly.
So I think about it as a computational problem, right? Is that and I think this fits in very well with the Austrian economists' line of thinking, is like, do you want to have a distributed network of computation, each person calculating their own hierarchy of values, each person with the eyes on the particulars of their local situation, sum all that together in some distributed manner and allow decisions to be made that way? Or do you want to put decision-making power in the hands of a small group of people who can't hope to know what's going on? You know, I think the Soviet Central Committee was making something like 300 pricing decisions a day. And like, I've run companies where we've tried to price our offerings, and just pricing one thing is almost impossible. And you have to do that in concert with your market. You don't know what something is worth. The best you can do is find out what people are willing to pay for it, given all the other things that they're trying to accomplish simultaneously. So, okay, so the communist types, they're focusing on a planned economy. Now, let's go back to Venezuela. So before the socialist revolution took place, in your opinion, how was Venezuela doing?
Modern people often ask themselves, why do I have to study history? Well, you're a historical being. You need to know who you are and where you came from and why you think the things you think. That's why you have to place yourself in the proper tradition. I'm taking 4 of my esteemed colleagues and you across the world. Oh, wow, this is amazing. To rediscover the ways our ancient ancestors developed the ideas that shaped modern society.
It was a monument to civic greatness.
To visit the places where history was made.
That is ash from the actual fires when the Babylonians burned Jerusalem from 2,500 years ago.
To walk the same roads.
We are following the path of the crucifixion.
And experience the same wonder.
We are on the site of a miracle.
What kind of resources can human beings bring to a mysterious but knowable universe?
Science, art, politics, all that makes life wonderful.
Of So Venezuela is an interesting case because it had the highest per capita income in Latin America in 1970, and it was the country with the largest degree of economic freedom. You can measure that. The Fraser Institute in Canada does that work of measuring economic freedom. And in 1970, Venezuela was 14 in the world in terms of economic freedom. It was about like 90 countries, more or less, that they were measuring back then. Chile was one of the last countries because we had the socialist experiment of Salvador Allende, which was an attempt to impose a totalitarian communist system in Chile. And we were last in the country, and we had hyperinflation and scarcity of basic goods and services and so on and so forth. So it was a complete catastrophe that ended up in the coup of 1973, led by General Pinochet. But Venezuela, over time and over the decades, especially after they nationalized in the 70s the oil industry, we have to remember Venezuela has one of the largest oil reserves in the world. They nationalized it, and they started falling in the ranking of economic freedom systematically. So by the time Chavez came to power in 1988, Venezuela was doing very poorly in the rankings of economic freedom. You had a very kleptocratic, corrupt system that, a rent-seeking society, let's say. Everyone was trying to live out of the government handouts and corrupt deals between the corporate interests and the politicians. And Chavez was elected. He had been a soldier who had attempted a coup in 1992 against Carlos Andrés Pérez. So he was a golpista, what we call a golpista in Spanish. So someone who tried to overthrow a democratically elected president and install a dictatorship. So everyone knew who Chavez was. Many people died in 1992, and he ended up in prison. But well-meaning central leftists in Venezuela pardoned him so he could go out of jail. And then he went to see Fidel Castro. And Fidel Castro recognized immediately that he had, a puppet that he could guide in order to take control over Venezuela. So Castro and Cuba, they have been the masterminds behind what is going on in this country. And they have, extracted huge sums of wealth from Venezuela because after the collapse of the Soviet Union, at some point, Russia stopped funding the Cuban dictatorship. And so Venezuela played that role. And Chavez saw in Fidel Castro a fatherly figure for him. And this is really an important thing because he was loyal to Fidel until the very end. And the intelligence services from Cuba, who are very effective, we have to say, in consolidating power. They have been there in Cuba for over 60 years, so they know what they're doing. These are the people advising the regime as to what to do to deal with the opposition and to purge the military and things like that. But Venezuela was already in a situation where they had lost their economic freedom, and the per capita incomes, as compared to other countries in Latin America, started to fall dramatically. And while Chile embraced free market reforms, especially influenced by the Chicago School of Economics, Milton Friedman and Arnold Harberger, George Stigler, and people like that. And we became the wealthiest country in per capita terms in Latin America. And so you can see that in the 70s, Chile was at the bottom of the economic freedom ranking. We went up to the top, even top 10 at some point, and we became the wealthiest country in Latin America. And Venezuela, the complete opposite. They went from being the freest country in Latin America to now the last country in the ranking in the world, 162 among 162 countries that are measured. And it's a complete disaster. And this is socialism. This is what I mean. So the Nordic countries are really on the top countries in terms of economic freedom. These are not really socialist countries. And I remember Bernie Sanders saying this all the time, and he got a response. I think it was a prime minister from Sweden who told him, we are not socialists. You have corporate tax in Sweden that is lower than in the United States, more or less, in some of these Nordic countries. You have so what they do is they tax very heavily personal income, right? And this is, I don't like it because you have lots of human capital flight, people who are very qualified who go to the United States or other parts. But still, they're very productive countries, and they have very large degrees of economic freedom. And economic freedom means free trade, stable currency, protection of property rights, reasonable size of government, and so on. So it is the social democracy like Anthony Giddens type of social democracy, what Tony Blair and Bill Clinton were at the time at some point, or German Chancellor Gerhard Schröder, who made all the reforms in Germany, allowing Germany in the 2000s to then experience a boom, an economic boom that Merkel benefited from that. Okay, so but here what we have is the extreme far left experiments that are very anti-capitalist. And this is what you see in Venezuela now, is the consolidation of this ideology. We have to remember that Maduro was chosen by Chavez as his successor. And the reason for this was that Maduro, compared to Diosdado Cabello, who is another criminal and one of the main leaders of this Soles cartel, Maduro is a doctrinaire. He was the hardcore socialist. And he was foreign affairs minister to the Chavez administration. And he was instrumental in building up the whole network of Venezuela and the Chavismo on an international level, in Europe, in Asia, in different parts. And Chavez aligned himself very rapidly with Russia and with Iran and with China. So this is part of the Cold War 2.0 that we are experiencing. Venezuela is playing for them. And now we have, and I want to stress this, Jordan, because it's important. You have a minimum wage of $3 in Venezuela. You have accumulated inflation of 2 million% or more. You have collapse of 70% of GDP, 70%. You have a collapse of over 80% of oil production in Venezuela. And they have squandered almost $1 trillion in wealth, because when Chavez came to power, you had a barrel of oil at $8 or so. And it skyrocketed to over $120. So only because of that, they got almost $1 trillion. They destroyed all of that wealth. And people say, oh, this is, Caribbean type of politics. This is the result of socialism. Everywhere you go and you see what the socialists, when they implement this system, and again, I don't mean the Nordic type of welfare state, which is not socialism, not real socialism at least, they destroy the country where they run it. It's you can see it in Eastern Germany as compared to Western Germany during the Cold War. It was a very poor country compared to Western Germany, and so on. I mean, everyone knows the different examples: North Korea, South Korea, and so on and so forth. But it's important to remember that Fidel Castro, Cuba, and Russia, Vladimir Putin, and Iran, Hezbollah, are behind Maduro. I have to stress this because this is not only a Venezuelan problem. This is going to be a crucial problem for the United States and for national security in the United States.
Well, let's dig into that. One of the other, so there's 4 things I'd like to cover as we move forward right now. I want to talk more about the opposition in Venezuela and what you think people outside Venezuela can do to aid the opposition. I want to talk about the ordinary life of the typical Venezuelan now. I want to talk about where that $1 trillion went. And maybe we can do that while talking about your claim, for example, that the Maduro government has basically also become a narco dictatorship. Now, you made a variety of extremely serious allegations, the misuse of $1 trillion certainly being one of them. But then you also said, well, the Maduro government is in bed with the narco cartels. And see, I don't think people in North America exactly understand what that means or exactly how nefarious those cartels are and what a danger they pose, well, to the stability of the entire Western Hemisphere. But then you also added to that the fact that Maduro is in cahoots with, well, Cuba, Iran, Russia, and then Hezbollah. And so this is a lot for people to digest because it sounds like a stew generated by a conspiracy theorist in a sense, right? Because there's almost nothing that is bad that you're not accusing the Maduro government of participating in. And so the easiest thing for a listener to do is to just say no to all that. So we should walk through those issues one by one. I guess the thing I'm most curious about to begin with, let's do it in this order. What the hell happened to $1 trillion? Like, that's an awful lot of money. Where do you think most of that, especially given that you have a 70% collapse in GDP and an 80% reduction in oil production? It's like, and then everybody in Venezuela is poor, and yet $1 trillion came pouring in. So what's your sense of who that money went to, and like what sort of people did that money go to, and what are they doing with that money?
So part of the money funded some very existentialist social programs at some point during the Chavez administration. But a large part of it went to fund revolutionary groups and political parties all over Latin America. We have to remember that the Castro vision, which is the important figure, I think, here, the Castro vision was to spread the revolution all over Latin America. In his worldview, what he was doing, believe it or not, is Christ's work on earth. Like he was bringing paradise to earth. He said that literally many times. So Castro had been educated by the Jesuits in Cuba, and he believed that capitalism and liberal democracy, individualism were the sources of corruption. That Christ was the first communist revolutionary. And this is, by the way, something very similar to what Pope Francis said at some point when he argued that it was a communist who thought like the Christians. He said that literally. Pope Francis, who is a Jesuit himself. So, and Castro was promising to create this, but this had to be an expansionist project. So when Chavez came to power and he had all of these resources in his pocket, plenty of them went to Cuba, of course, to sustain the island. But then he started supporting different regimes or movements and terrorist organizations all over Latin America. At some point, I had this conversation with former President Álvaro Uribe, who is also a good friend. At some point, he told me I was the only non-leftist, non-socialist president in most of South America. And it's true. And all of these regimes, even the Kirchner dynasty in Argentina, the corrupt Kirchner dynasty, got some loans, special loans from the Venezuelan government when they needed money. And they stole a lot of money. I mean, the Chavistas and their families have billions of dollars on bank accounts in Europe, in the US, in different parts. And so it's amazing. You saw Ferraris in Caracas while people were starving. You have almost 8 million people have left Venezuela because you don't find things to eat. 8 million is a quarter of the population who have left the country because of the desperate situation. And you have over 80% poverty rate. And so a large part of the money, as I said, went to fund all of these movements. But also within Venezuela, they started creating a parallel army, the Círculos Bolivarianos. Chavez very early on understood, probably because Castro advised him to do so, that he needed a parallel troops in order to contain any threat that could come from within the army. And he was right. In 2002, the army staged a coup against Chavez. And Chavez was taken into custody. He was imprisoned. But then some generals regretted the decision of getting rid of him, and they reinstalled Chavez. And then he, of course, used the muscle of the intelligence services of Cuba to purge the military as much as he could. But he was never entirely sure that there would not be traitors within the army. So he created the Círculos Bolivarianos, which are armed. And these are the guys, by the way, that you see nowadays in the videos attacking Venezuelans from the opposition who are just protesting on the streets, and they are shooting at them, they are taking them in and torturing them. Most of the people doing the dirty job are these Círculos Bolivarianos, which is the Bolivarian circles, and so that's a lot of money that went there also. And you can squander wealth with no end. I mean, it's if you are supporting other countries and you want to install regimes all over Latin America that are favorable to you. I mean, $1 trillion is not even a lot of money. But the worst part, and I finished the point with this, is that we saw people all over the West in the 2000s when it was already clear that Chavez was a dictator, that he was completely undermining the separation of powers. He was imprisoning of the opposition, and he was violating human rights and so on. We saw very famous people like Joseph Stiglitz, for instance, coming to Venezuela and praising Chavez for what he was doing. And he did the same, by the way, with Kirchner's, with Fidel Castro. He has been a long-time supporter of the Castro dictatorship. And he now writes books called The Road to Freedom and pretends to be the savior of the West or the killer or the undertaker of neoliberalism or something like that. But you could read the New York Times, you could read different BBC, you could see different news media outlets or even on television. They were sympathetic to Chavez when he started doing this. And it was already clear where he was going. So I share the frustration of the Venezuelan friends in the resistance because the West has not shown, one standard for everyone. When it's the leftist, they support them or they turn a blind eye to what they do.
Are you tired of feeling sluggish, run down, or just not your best self? Take control of your health and vitality today with Balance of Nature. With Balance of Nature, there's never been a more convenient dietary supplement to ensure you get a wide variety of fruits and vegetables every day. Balance of Nature takes fruits and vegetables, they freeze dry them, turn them into a powder, and then they put them into a capsule. The capsules are completely void of additives, fillers, extracts, synthetics, pesticides, or added sugar. The only thing in Balance of Nature fruit and veggie capsules are fruits and veggies. Right now, you can order with promo code Jordan to get 35% off your first order, plus get a free bottle of fiber and spice. Experience Balance of Nature for yourself today. Go to balanceofnature.com and use promo code Jordan for 35% off your first order as a preferred customer, plus get a free bottle of fiber and spice. That's balanceofnature.com, promo code Jordan for 35% off your first preferred order, plus a free bottle of fiber and spice.
Okay, so let's move from that. So you accounted for a fair bit of the spending. A lot of it has disappeared into the pockets of corrupt politicians. You see exactly the same thing, for example, with the Palestinian leadership. All of those people end up with billions of dollars in their accounts. And so that's appalling beyond comprehension. They sacrifice their own people and they often live elsewhere. And so the socialist redistribution of wealth ends up meaning that everyone's much more poor than they used to be, except the small minority of people who have power instead of the evil capitalists, and they have untold wealth at their fingertips. And then you also said the money was distributed around South America and Central America to destabilize and to promote revolution and maybe elsewhere in the world as well. Okay, so and that you can spend an awful lot of money doing that and cause an awful lot of trouble. And you also pointed out that that's been aided and abetted by the, what would you call them, useful idiots of the Western media. And so we'll get back to that. Let's turn to another element of the corruption, and that's you described Maduro as a narco, the Maduro regime as a narco dictatorship. So talk to everyone, if you would, a little bit about the role of the cartels in Central and South America, because that's not something that's well understood in North America at all.
Well, by the way, people who think I'm making these things up, they can Google it. It's all online. This is, you can see in very serious media. You can read articles about this. So the United States, they know about this, about the Iran connection, about the drug cartels, and so on and so forth. But, now in Latin America, because this is including Mexico, we have a problem that more and more the cartels are taking over politics. And you don't need to do the revolution. And actually, this is really interesting. Chavez used to be a proponent of what he called 21st century socialism. That is what he used to talk about. We are doing 21st century socialism. So what did that mean? After the fall of the Berlin Wall, they came all together in Brazil, the Sao Paulo Forum with Lula and so on. And they said, okay, we are going to use democracy. We are going to use democracy in order to create a socialist system. We are not going to fight a revolutionary war necessarily, but we are going to use it in order to come to power. And then once we are there, we establish our system. And we never leave, if we can. If we can avoid to leave, we are going to stay. Okay. So the cartels have been playing an important role in this because at some point, Chavez needed them and he offered refuge to the Colombian cartels from the attacks that the Uribe administration was engaging in, and they would come into Venezuelan territory, and Chavez would protect them. And the Colombian army couldn't go into Venezuelan territory because that would have meant probably war with the Venezuelan army. So they started with that, and the cartels also started channeling money to the regime. And at some point, the regime itself, especially with Diosdado Cabello, who is a very high up in the Maduro administration, became a cartel boss. Now you have regions in Venezuela, but also in Mexico. In Mexico, for instance, 30% of the Mexican territory is controlled by the cartels. 30%. In Venezuela, you have complete regions, complete states that are being run by the cartels. Okay, and now we have a country like Chile that used to be a safe country, like the most advanced country. The cartels are taking over complete regions of the country with their guns and so on. Now, these cartels have, again, connections with Hezbollah.
I cannot believe this shit. I am beyond appalled. ¿Qué está pasando? Fuck. Dios mío. Oh.
They work with them, and Hezbollah is creating now in Bolivia, which is also a far left administration and which is a big producer of coke. Bolivia, they are creating or establishing facilities to produce drones that are for military purposes. But also, we have to remember that Bolivia and Venezuela, I know this for a fact in Venezuela, but I think it's also true for Bolivia, they have uranium, which is important for the Iranians, for the nuclear program that Iran wants to develop. So the cartels have become a source of funding. They have become the government in the case of Venezuela, and they don't want to lose their business model. And that's why I think they are not going to accept the transition to democracy in Venezuela, but they are destabilizing the whole of Latin America because they are a business. They are expanding everywhere they can in order to make more profits. And a country like Chile, for instance, which used to be like, you know, free from this problem, now has become the third largest exporter of cocaine to Europe. Because we are integrated with the rest of the world, we have many free trade agreements. And so you have ships here that go everywhere. And we have basically no control on the border with Peru and Bolivia. And so they bring all this cocaine through the northern border, and then they export it via the Chilean ports to the United States, to Europe, and everywhere. And so this is corrupting everything in Latin America. And I've heard, and I think this is in the media also, that the Tren de Aragua, which is one of these cartels and organized crime groups, are also operating in New York and other cities in the United States. Of course, why not? I mean, if it's easy to get into the United States, it's a huge market. Why not? So this is the problem. We are becoming a narco region, or a region controlled by the narcos, and politicians are working for the narcos. And the problem with this is that Iran, Russia, and China, they don't care about this. They just use these cartels or the connections with the cartels for their own purposes. And that's why you see the first countries recognizing Maduro's fraud, saying that he was democratically elected, were China, Russia, and Iran. These three countries. This is not a coincidence.
Okay, so let's speak to something more practical and psychological for a moment. So many people who are watching and listening will be wondering, at least in some corner of their imagination, why the hell they should care. You know, there's lots of things that are besetting the typical American voter at the moment. The situation in the United States is far from stable. I would say the same thing about Canada. There are many catastrophes and looming catastrophes to be concerned about. And what happens typically is that anything to do with South and Central America takes a back seat, to say the least. So, I mean, when we met in Chile, you were obviously interested in pursuing this conversation, as I was. And what would you say to people who are listening in the United States and Canada, let's say, and elsewhere in the world, about why they should care about what's happening with regards to China and Iran and Russia in South America and the cartels. I mean, South America has always been a relatively unstable place from the perspective of the Northern West. And in some ways, this is par for the course. I mean, the Cold War has been being played out in a manner similar to this for as long as I can possibly remember. In what is it that you want to bring to the attention of the typical person in Canada and the US with regards to what's happening down south? And why should they care?
Well, the thing is that the United States used to care a lot about Latin America, a lot. During the Cold War, they intervened every country in order to prevent them from becoming communists and Soviet-aligned countries. Because the KGB back then had the theory that the Cold War would be won in the third world, basically. And Henry Kissinger, for instance, when Salvador Allende in Chile was elected in 1970, he was the first Marxist president ever democratically elected in history. And Henry Kissinger said, and I'm quoting him literally, the Allende election is the gravest threat that has occurred in the Western Hemisphere in a long time. Because he understood that this could have a domino effect. Other countries would follow, not only in Latin America, but also in Europe. But now you have the following problem. The United States, after September 11th, the country completely forgot about Latin America. We don't exist anymore, okay, for them in terms of foreign policy. And I'm not really exaggerating. If September 11 would not have happened, I think the history of Latin America would be completely different right now. So they forgot about us, and now they have Russia, and they have China, and they have other problems they look more important than Latin America. But the thing is that the main migration force in the United States are Latinos. And if the continent continues to destabilize because of narco cartels, because of people like Maduro and so on, you will have millions more people coming into the United States, millions. And among them, you will have the Iranian Hezbollah people and so on and so forth. So from that point of view, it is really important for national security. And then when they are in the United States, Latinos tend to favor the Democratic Party. 2/3 of Latinos, they vote for the Democratic Party. I think this is changing a little bit, but not enough. So if you have a substantial change in the demographics in the United States, and we know this is happening, this will have a political impact that is really will be very substantial. Why do Latinos vote for the Democratic Party? Because when we emigrate to the United States, we bring our belief systems with us. It's not like because we're in the US, suddenly we love Thomas Jefferson. That's not how it works. They favor the welfare state and government handouts. And I'm not saying everyone, most of them are very hardworking people and so on. And I mean, we cannot complain. And most people hate Maduro, for instance, the Venezuelan who have escaped. But the point is that if I was an American, I would be worried that the cultural landscape in my country would be changing so much because of this migration force that is coming into the United States, that at some point it will be politically unmanageable for someone who wants to keep your country the way it was in terms of, the ideas, the institutional limited government, and so on. Which is when they speak about the purple states, people moving from California to Texas, for instance, and they tell them don't vote for what you left for, no? But it's the same with Latinos going into the United States. It's the largest minority, and it is really important to have a stable region, so you don't have these influxes of people coming into your country first, but then also because it poses, as I said, a risk for national security, and on top of that, geopolitically, Latin America is extremely important in this second Cold War because supply chains are deglobalizing now. You have this trade war going on with China, and you need countries where you can produce your stuff. You need raw materials. China is buying everything in Latin America. They are buying ports in Peru. They are buying mines in Chile. They are buying everything you can in Panama, everywhere. They are buying up natural resources, and Americans are looking the other way. So I think this is not, this is the backyard. There is a reason why you had the Monroe Doctrine at some point in 1832, where they said, okay, we are not intervening in Latin America, but we will not accept any foreign power also going to Latin America and intervening there and having this region as their sphere of influence. But the Monroe Doctrine seems not to exist anymore. But this is a new development for most of its history, the United States has really cared about Latin America because they understood how important it was for them, for their national security and for their national interest.
Well, I think we made the great mistake in the West of assuming that because the Soviet Union collapsed, the victory over the ideology that it made manifest was not only complete, but in some ways self-evident. Right? Victory had been attained, the end of history, let's say. And it turns out that the spirit of the envious radicals was in no real way diminished by the cataclysmic catastrophe of the Soviet Union. In fact, to some degree, quite the opposite, because when I was younger and the Soviet Union was still in full operation, you could point to the Soviet Union as an object lesson in the dangers of an anti-free market ideology. But now the Soviet Union has disappeared, and so it's much more difficult to point to something that's happening right now. Well, you could point to Venezuela, you can point to North Korea, but they're economies that didn't have the scale or the presence, obviously, of the Soviet Union. And so all of this has gone back underground, that the attractiveness of the communist revolutionary ideas hasn't seemed to diminish at all. So now your point is, okay, so let's summarize this. Well, it's probably not a good idea to distribute $1 trillion to radical leftist utopian criminal dictatorships all over South America and the world. That seems like a bad idea if you're trying to maintain a certain degree of stability, even in your own country. That manifests itself in all manner of economic collapse. That drives migration northward. We've seen tremendous pressure on the American border, and by all appearances, especially if Kamala Harris wins, however that might play itself out, that's only going to get worse. And so the idea that the US and Canada, by implication, can separate themselves from the geopolitical occurrences in South America that's a fool's delusion. And that's especially the case if it's Venezuela with all that oil money, let's say, and oil that the rest of the world needs, is in bed not only with the narco cartels, who are brutal criminals beyond the comprehension of any normal person to imagine, but also simultaneously in bed with Iran, which is one seriously bad actor, Russia, which is basically at war with the West, and China, which is the biggest threat to freedom that the world has ever seen since the Soviet Union. And so that's all playing itself out in South America and driving migration northward.
Exactly. And I would add, in the end, Jordan, if China, Iran, and Russia, your main enemies as the Western world, really care about Latin America, you should too. Because they are here. They are involved in these countries. They are investing tons of money, at least the Chinese. Russia is sending effectives. Even the Wagner group has been seen in Venezuela. They know that they need strongholds close to the United States, and they want to destabilize the region because they also know that this destabilizes the United States. And so, it is so obvious, but I don't know, even in the conservative movement in the US, this is not understood. I think someone like Marco Rubio understands this very well, or maybe Ted Cruz, but I think the traditional Republican politicians they don't understand this. They don't see how big of a threat we can become if China and Russia and Iran, they take over these countries. And by the way, we have some of the largest reserves in natural gas in the world, copper, lithium, silver, gold, whatever, oil, all these things you have here. And manufacturing capacity in Latin America is also very strong. And you will need that at some point. And we are relatively young population still in Latin America, as compared to Europe or even the United States or Canada, who are growing old very rapidly. So for all of these reasons, I think it's not a smart move to just ignore what's going on in your backyard. It's never a good idea.
Starting a business can be tough, but thanks to Shopify, running your online storefront is easier than ever. Shopify is the global commerce platform that helps you sell at every stage of your business. From the launch your online shop stage all the way to the did we just hit 1 million orders stage, Shopify is here to help you grow. Our marketing team uses Shopify every day to sell our merchandise, and we love how easy it is to add more items, ship products, and track conversions. With Shopify, customize your online store to your style with flexible templates and powerful tools, alongside an endless list of integrations and third-party apps like on-demand printing, accounting, and chatbots. Shopify helps you turn browsers into buyers with the internet's best converting checkout, up to 36% better compared to other leading e-commerce platforms. No matter how big you want to grow, Shopify gives you everything you need to take control and take your business to the next level. Sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/JBP, all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/JBP now to grow your business no matter what stage you're in. That's shopify.com/JBP.
Well, that was certainly my sense when I toured through South America for what that's worth. I mean, it's obvious that what's playing out there needs to be attended to. Okay, so let's flip back to Venezuela specifically for a moment. So could you give us an account, for example, of what ordinary life is like for the typical Venezuelan citizen now? You said that 25% of the population has decided to vote with their feet, and that's an awful lot of people. And that you said that, the GDP has collapsed by 70%, oil production is down 80%, and that 80% of the population lives in poverty. And so what is typical reality for a Venezuelan citizen now? Because we never hear about it. We have no idea.
Well, it's what you would expect in a socialist paradise. It's basically you don't have enough food to eat. Calorie intake in Venezuela has collapsed over the last 15 years, 20 years. You don't have medicines. You don't have hospitals that are functioning. You have no grid, electricity. You have problems all the time in Caracas, everywhere in a country that is very hot. Many regions of Venezuela are very hot. You don't have air conditioning. You don't have any of that. And only people who can get access to dollars because there are remittances going to the country, they manage to survive. But this is the reason why almost a quarter of the population have left. And if Maduro is reinstalled in January, you will have another couple of million living in Venezuela, by the way. This is going to happen, and we are expecting that all over Latin America. You have no rule of law, zero rule of law. So you basically have a regime that controls the judiciary, the legislative, everything, and the police. Any day, someone can knock at your door and they take you a prisoner, and you disappear. No one knows anything about you anymore. You have to be, if you are in the opposition, you have to be hiding and very careful. Even I am on a blacklist, I was told, and that's one of the reasons why I've never been back to Venezuela since last time I was there, 2014, even if I'm not really relevant within the country, but because I have argued against the Maduro regime in different media all over the West, probably at least in the United States, in Latin America and Spain. I'm not welcome. So imagine people who are living there. My friends are hiding from the regime. You have many families that have been torn apart, completely destroyed. Because, let me tell you also an anecdote that is really interesting for the audience. I was once in Miami and I took an Uber. And I started talking to the driver, and I thought that he was very well educated and really intellectual. Like more than the normal. He knew a lot about law, for instance. And I said, what did you do back in Venezuela? I was a minister of the Supreme Court in Venezuela, a member of the Supreme Court of Justice in Venezuela. And now I am your Uber driver. So this is the reality of millions of Venezuelans. Not only poor people or middle-class people, but also people who are very successful. They had their jobs, they had their companies, and they lost everything. They lost their families, they lost everything. And many of them have family members that have been killed by the regime also. So, and so the situation is so desperate that I think Venezuelans are going to fight to the last breath in order to make change possible. And Maria Corina Machado, by the way, has said this. The fight is until the end. And so I don't know how this is going to look like, but if the Biden administration does not convince Maduro and the regime to transition back to democracy, you will maybe have a bloodbath even worse than the one you have now. By the way, a point that is important, Chavez, when he was in government, he disarmed the Venezuelan population. He banned guns for every citizen in Venezuela. The only people who could have guns were his thugs, basically, and the Círculos Bolivarianos, the parallel army groups that they have funded and they were financing. And so now you have a situation where Venezuelans don't have even a pistol to defend themselves from these hordes of assassins that the regime is sending to kill them or to imprison them. And they have over 2,000 people in the last weeks have been imprisoned, mostly young people who want a better future. So this is what Venezuela looks like right now. It's hell on earth.
Let's talk about the structure of the opposition. So it's Maria Corina Machado. I'm butchering that name, obviously. And it's difficult from the outside to understand because tell me how the last election, who was put forward as opposition in the last election? What role does she play? What threat does she currently face? And what can people from the outside do to shed light on this and to help?
Well, Maria Corina Machado has been the main opposition leader for over a decade, I would say, even a decade and a half, even if at some point in 2013, for instance, after Chavez died, you had an election where Enrique Capriles lost by a small margin to Maduro, but Maduro stole that election. They stole millions of votes. This is not the first time that this happens. And the reason is because the system in Venezuela, it requires that you have sort of an ID and you go and vote, but the system is not integrated. So in the sense that you can, with different IDs, you can vote in different parts. So one member of the government got, like, let's say 100 IDs and he could go to 100 different places and vote for the same candidate. And this is the way they stole the last election in 2013. And back then, population wanted to rebel, but Capriles said, no, stay home, we have nothing to do here. And so it gave oxygen to the regime. And Maria Corina has always been the voice of, I think, reason and courage, because she was willing to fight. But the opposition was very fragmented and has been for a long time. This is the first time that they are all together against the regime. So which is very good. And she has become the undisputed leader of the opposition, even though Eduardo González is a candidate. And the president-elect is Eduardo González. But why? Because Maduro banned Maria Corina from running as president. So, and they have been doing this forever in Venezuela, since Chavez came to power. So Maria Corina endorsed González to the election, and González won, we all know, with a distance of over 30 points. So with a difference of over 30 points. So now the opposition, at least, they are all together against the regime. But the main face of the opposition is Maria Corina Machado, which, by the way, deserves the Nobel Prize for Peace, because she has been so courageous in trying to bring democratic change to Venezuela. But she's not going to get it because she is not leftist. So I think there is not a big hope that she would get this. But she faces now the possibility of being imprisoned, and who knows, maybe being killed. And she's willing to give her life for the cause. I mean, she's not going to turn herself over to the regime, just, as simple. I mean, I think she will try to prevent them from capturing her, but she could be imprisoned and maybe killed. So this is what she's facing, Maria Corina and her family.
So she had Eduardo González run in her stead, in essence.
Yeah.
Is she in hiding at the moment?
Yes, she is. She's. I think she's sort of in hiding because the government wants to bring her in and to take her to prison. So, but she's very active on social media, and she has showed her face on some public rallies. So I think the government is in a situation where they don't really want to do this very publicly, because they could upset the world and the people in Venezuela even more than they are right now. So it's a problem for them, because she's too symbolic. They are not going to probably go after her where everyone is looking or watching at her. I mean, this is probably not going to happen. But they would break into her house in the middle of the night or something like that. They would do. But I don't think they know where she is. But she is at risk, of course, and there are some orders that were given by the government to detain her. So I think it's a very dangerous situation for her. And as long as some regimes like the Biden administration keeps pushing for a democratic transition, maybe she has a chance. But we have communist or socialist, let's say far-left presidents in Colombia, Mexico, and Brazil. And they are in bed with Maduro also, to some extent. And they're sort of protecting Maduro. They are not really pushing Maduro to accept that he lost and then just rule the country until January, which is the date where he should leave the presidency and accept Eduardo González as the next president. But this is a life or death situation for Maria Corina and most of the opposition leaders. As I said, one of her right hands, a friend of mine, was taken to prison by the armed forces or by members of the dictatorship, and we don't know anything about her.
So tell me about Maria Corina. So what is it about her that's made her a popular figure? I'd like to know some more about her background, and also, why she doesn't quit. Now, you explained, at least to some degree, why she's still alive. You believe that it would be a scandal of such preposterous magnitude if there was something that happened to her, that the Maduro regime is afraid that would turn international attention on them with sufficient drama to actually be a threat to the continued stability of their regime. So she's protected insofar as that's the case. But tell me about who she is. You mentioned yourself earlier in this podcast that she's been tarred and feathered like anybody who isn't a communist for being far right now, because that's happening everywhere. And so, but again, people, the far right epithet is a very effective one. And it doesn't take much agitation, especially from the mainstream press, in order to make that accusation stick. And so it's clear that to the degree that you're trustworthy, you trust Maria Corina. Tell us about her so that people have some sense of who it is that is standing in opposition to Maduro.
So I think that she's the most courageous woman. I think this, maybe many people will think this is an overstatement, but I think she's the most courageous women in politics right now in the world. I cannot imagine someone with more courage than hers. I mean, she is unbelievably courageous and charismatic. And so she has this force. So she's like a force of nature. And this is why the regime is so afraid of her. And she has managed to bring the whole opposition together and to create a movement of such magnitude in Venezuela that even the dictatorship with all the guns and so on is shaking, because they are afraid that this is going to, in the end, bring change in Venezuela. And her charisma is so powerful that even members of the armed forces have backed her. That's, by the way, one of the reasons why they had the access to the documents showing that they won the presidency, because members in the military were leaking these documents to the opposition. And they have imprisoned over 100 soldiers are in prison, and they humiliate them and they torture them and so on, because they are behind Maria Corina and not behind Maduro. But she is in favor of free markets, which is not the case with most of the opposition in Venezuela. People might remember Leopoldo Lopez, who was in prison for a long time, and it was a scandal all over the world. I believe he's now in Spain. But I once gave a speech with Leopoldo Lopez's father in the European Parliament. And Leopoldo Lopez's father was defending socialism, which was, to me, was incredible. He was saying, no, socialism does not do what Chavez has done, and it's exactly the opposite is the case. And he was very naive when it came to this. And Enrique Capriles, the same thing. The last opposition leader before Guaido, Enrique Capriles, who lost in 2013, the other day tweeted along these lines, like Chavez was the good guy and Maduro is the bad guy, which is a narrative that the left is trying to create in order to save the socialist revolution in Venezuela. It's the same narrative they did with Lenin and Stalin. Oh, Lenin was a good guy, but Stalin was a criminal. Stalin was, coming from the proletarian who didn't know anything, and he was a criminal. They are doing the same with Chavez Maduro. And to me, it was shocking that someone like Capriles, who is in the opposition and who wants regime change, would fall for this crap and this trap. So Maria Corina has never conceded anything. She has always been very coherent. She believes in liberal democracy, in the rule of law, and the free market. I guess that qualifies you as a far right nowadays. So it doesn't happen only to her, I guess, but it is really appalling that we read this sort of nonsense from the established media. There is no one more democratic. She hasn't called for a rebellion against the government to a violent march towards Miraflores Palace to depose Maduro. She hasn't done any of that. She never did that. It's just peaceful protest. That's why I'm saying she should get the Nobel Peace Prize. Really, because she's risking her life for millions of Venezuelans. And so you will never, and I hope you meet her one day, because you will never meet a woman with more, not only courage, but also integrity.
think she'd do a podcast?
I think she would, yes. Absolutely.
Well, let's see if we can make that happen.
Yeah, I can try help out with that. So because people need to see her, and I mean all over the world.
Yes.
Her fight is everyone's fight. People who believe in freedom, and especially Venezuela is such a dramatic case because it was also the most stable democracy in Latin America for decades. Not only the most stable economy, but also the most stable democracy, which offers also a lesson, right? It doesn't matter how well or how good your country looks like at some point in history. It can change very rapidly. Me being a German, my family came from Germany. Germany was the Athens of the modern world and so on. And in a decade or 2 decades, you lost everything and you sunk into the most horrible barbarism. And this was in Central Europe. This can happen to anyone. It happened to Venezuela. It can happen.
You mean like the UK?
Well, yeah, there you go. I mean, the UK is what is going on there is really shocking to me. I'm a great admirer of the Anglo-Saxons because, as Montesquieu said, they have done more for liberty than any other people in the world. But now you see this totalitarian degeneration going on in the UK, and it's very scary because the thing, Jordan, is that for us who grew up in Latin America, I also spent some time in my childhood in Germany and so on, but you could always say, okay, here the things don't look very, very, very well in terms of democracy and liberty, but you have the UK, or you have Canada, or you have the United States. But now, it's like everywhere, you are having the same problems. Maybe not to the same degree, but you're having the same problems. You don't see people really defending freedom of speech in the UK as you would have seen probably 50 years ago or 40 years ago. You don't see the American political class celebrating the 4th of July as they used to do it 50 years ago or 40 years ago, because you have a part of the establishment that believes that they are an oppressive society that deserves to disappear. And they have replaced the founding myth of the United States, which was moral equality, basically. That was the founding myth of the United States. All men are created equal and so on, by the noble savage myth, which is the founding myth of Latin America. The idea that you only have good people here, these indigenous peoples were pure-hearted and they didn't know envy or jealousy or anything else, and then the Europeans came and they corrupted everything. And this is part of the reason why we have all these revolutions all the time. Because this idea that we were corrupted by foreign powers, first Europe and then the United States, is a rhetoric that is being used over and over again by people like Chavez and others, in order to say we have to restore the original purity before capitalism, before exploitation, before private property, before all of that. And I see this development happening also in the United States more and more with the woke movement, let's put it that way, and the incapacity of many Democrats, even moderate Democrats, to stop it and to face it, and confront it as they should. That's why I'm very worried about the future of the West.
I'm wondering, let me step sideways for a moment and then we'll return to our discussion about Venezuela and South America in general. I don't think it's really appropriate now to conceptualize what's happening around the world, but particularly in the West, in political terms precisely, because it's something deeper than what's merely political. And one of the ideas I've been toying with, I'd like your opinion about it, is that the default human moral stance is probably left-wing. Ben Shapiro said something to me at one point, just off the cuff, that tangled its way into my thinking, and I suppose is one of the motivations for this idea that he said he's a communist in his family. And so, if you have a family, if you have children, you're really hoping for something like, at least a part of you is hoping, especially when they're kids, for something like equality of outcome. You want everyone to do well. You're willing to intervene on the side of the person who's, who's not quite as successful at any given moment. You want to distribute resources as equitably as possible. Your interaction with your children and your wife is based on essentially an ethos of care. But, if you look at organizations that move beyond the scope of the family in size, that ethos of care and equitable care, let's say, doesn't scale well. And modern civilizations are not families. And here's some proof of that from the psychological perspective. So the personality trait agreeableness is associated with maternal care. Let's say it's the dimension of empathic, self-sacrificial care. And women are substantially higher in trait agreeableness across the world than men. What predicts success in a complex society on the personality side isn't agreeableness. In fact, managers who are more agreeable do worse because people take advantage of them. What predicts success on the personality side in a large-scale society is conscientiousness. And conscientiousness is dutifulness and industriousness and orderliness. And it's the ethos of hard work. It's a meritocratic ethos. And it's a cold virtue. Like, to be conscientious isn't the same as to be emotionally caring. And so I wonder if part of the reason that the politics of the left, so to speak, constantly mutate and transform, they're immune to criticism, say, by reference to history. You can't just say, well, every communist regime in the 20th century was a brutal, bloody, dictatorial disaster. It doesn't hold water. Maybe it doesn't hold water because it's actually extremely difficult to socialize people so that they can take their place in a complex society without defaulting to the underlying ethos of familial care. And so if you're a harsh and discriminating person, if you're very meritocratically oriented, if you say to someone, I don't give a damn about your feelings, it matters what sort of job you do, you're a harsh voice, and you might be a necessary voice to keep civilization itself running, but that doesn't mean that you're necessarily an attractive voice, especially to people who think instinctively in terms of an ethos of care. And it's very, very easy to appeal to that. And so I think part of the problem, and then you might add to that another problem. So imagine that if you're driven by necessity when times are hard, it becomes obvious that those who can should be allowed to do, or should be pushed forward to do, that the meritocratic have to rise to the top, because otherwise disaster looms. If you've been in a situation where economic security has been granted to you, in some ways effortlessly, for several generations even, it's also perhaps much easier to default to that ethos of care and to attend to the outliers in society who haven't served themselves well, but also perhaps haven't been served well by the conscientious ethos. And so I'm wondering about your thoughts of that, because we usually think about this, well, some people have left-wing beliefs and some people have right-wing beliefs, and that's the battlefield. It's like, I don't think that's a good level of analysis, because I don't exactly think this is about ideas. I think the default human position might be equality of outcome in small groups, and that you have to struggle against that mightily with your education system, maybe your moral system as a whole, to impose a meritocratic, like a cold virtue meritocracy on top of that. And obviously we haven't been doing a very good job of that. So I'm curious, you're well versed in the Austrian School of Economics. I'm wondering what you think of that kind of theorizing.
No, I fully agree. And this is really interesting because Friedrich Hayek wrote a paper called The Mirage of Social Justice, where he argued exactly what you are saying. He said that this idea of social justice, that we had to, redistribute wealth so everyone gets an equal share, or in terms that guarantee the survival of the community. It's an idea that he attributes to our past. For thousands of years, we were small communities, tribes, basically. We had this family ethos, the care ethos, and it was the way to survive. But we were communities only of a couple of dozen people, or maybe over 100, but not more than that. You knew everyone, and this is the instincts. He says we evolved in this type of environment, and so socialism, in the end, wants to apply this moral instincts to what he called the complex society, the larger society, which is civilization, basically. And that's why you have this regression towards tribalism. And you have it with socialism and communism and with nationalism. When nationalism is exacerbated, like the Nazis did in Germany, then you go back to the tribe and you feel protected by the tribe. And you have this unifying rhetoric and this identity, and you are, you are again like this organism, and you are part of a whole. You're not just an individual looking for yourself. And this is the care ethics ethos that you were talking about. It's really interesting also because Gerald Cohen, who was a very famous Marxist, a professor at Oxford University, he said, he wrote a book, Why Not Socialism? And by socialism, he didn't mean Nordic type of welfare state or something like that. He meant like really so equality of outcomes, more or less. And he was saying, and he said that the instinct, the socialist ideology, the socialist philosophy appealed to an instinct that was so ingrained in human nature that it was going to come back over and over and over again. So I fully agree with that analysis, and this is why civilization is so fragile.
Okay, let me add 2 data points to that, okay, or 3. So we did a study in 2016 looking at personality and cognitive predictors of politically correct authoritarianism. So that wouldn't be democratic socialism, that would be the far left authoritarian types. And the things that predicted it were low verbal intelligence, which was a walloping predictor. So you could imagine it's a very simple narrative, right? There are victims and there are victimizers. That explains everything. And if you're moral, you're on the side of the victims. And that's something like a predatory infant instinct, right? There are predators, there are infants. You're obviously on the side of the infants, and to hell with the predators. So you can think of that as an instinctual orientation and an effective one under certain conditions. Okay, what else predicted? Feminine temperament, high agreeableness in particular. And then there's the other data point I would say is that if you look in the United States right now, the people who are holding the radical utopians in power are women between 18 and 34. Okay, and now they're particularly targeted by the Iranians and the Chinese on TikTok, right? And they're bombarded with images, for example, of dying Palestinian children. And that's a targeted attack. We know that the Iranians are behind that and the Chinese, and it's extremely effective. And women between the ages of 18 and 34 are wildly discordant in their political views in relationship to everyone else. Now, 50% of them are also childless. Right, so there's an element of the maternal instinct run amok on the political landscape, because you could easily say, and I don't think that it's an exaggeration, and our empirical data has supported that, is that that maternal instinct is going to find its target. It's going to find its expression. If it doesn't find its expression within the confines of a family, where there's some real demand to take care of those who are unable to take care of themselves, children essentially, infants primarily, then it's going to find its expression politically, and that can be exploited, as it certainly is by the Chinese and the Iranians on TikTok. And so the battle that we're engaged in politically, I believe, is better construed in the manner that we just described. It's a battle between an instinctive orientation towards care and a higher order cognitive interpretation that's associated with conscientiousness that notes how complex systems operate and introduces a different standard, which would essentially be something like the cold-hearted meritocratic standard. Okay, so you see a parallel between that and what the Austrian school economists proposed. Okay, that's what I thought. So okay. So that's that. I'm going to bang that around in the back of my head. Maybe we could turn. We don't have a lot of time for this because we're running out of time on the YouTube side, but maybe we could turn our attention to developments that are arguably somewhat positive. Chile is somewhat positive. What do you think about what's happening in Argentina with Milei? And we also have the example of El Salvador and with its turning to both Bitcoin, interestingly enough, and to the US dollar. So let's start with Argentina. So what are your views on what is happening in Argentina? Like is what Milei is doing, is that producing any success on economic grounds? Because it's very difficult to sort out the wheat from the chaff in terms of anything approximating legacy media coverage of Argentina.
Well, I have to disclose here that I'm a good friend of Milei, and we have been working for cause of freedom in Latin America for 10 years together. So what is happening in Argentina is the most fascinating and interesting thing that I've seen, of course, in my lifetime, but also I think in the last half a century, because what is really taking place is a cultural revolution, in a positive sense, not the Chinese type of Maoist type of cultural revolution. But Argentina was the wealthiest country in the world in 1896, with the highest per capita income in the world. We had a constitution in place, the 1853 constitution, that was designed by Juan Bautista Alberdi, who was an admirer of the founding fathers of the United States. He was a classical liberal, conservative classical liberal. He believed that the government had to be limited. And he saw in the French revolutionary tradition of people like Jean-Jacques Rousseau, one of the main reasons why Latin America was not prosperous enough. And because we expected everything from an omnipotent government. He actually has an article called Omnipotent Government. And he said the Americans, on the other hand, they expect from government nothing. They fix the things for themselves, okay? So he created the 1853 Constitution. And after that, Argentina became the most successful country in the world in terms of per capita income. But if you went to 1914, you had half of the population in Buenos Aires was born not in Buenos Aires. They were foreigners coming from Europe. So it was a legitimate question to ask yourself, are we emigrating to the United States or to Argentina in the late 19th century? This is what happened back then. And this is why also the Argentinian population looks so European in general. And you had in the last World Cup all these nonsensical articles saying, well, why there are no black people in the soccer team in Argentina and so on. This is, and this is very European population, but in the 20s and 30s, and then especially 40s with Juan Domingo Perón, who was a fascist general, a collectivist fascist general, admirer of Mussolini. He had met Mussolini actually in Italy. But he was anti-communist at the same time. He didn't want the central plan economy for, the whole thing, but he wanted the corporatist type of very corrupt economy. And then they changed dramatically the institutions. And Argentina became a declining nation and a poor nation compared to the rest of the world, at least the developed world. And what did Milei do? Milei and the free market movement, the classical liberal movement, conservative movement in Argentina, I played a role also there. So we managed to transform dramatically the mindset, especially of young people. In Argentina, you're allowed to vote with 16. So between 16 and 24, Milei got 70% of the votes, 70%. And these young people forced the change towards Milei type of very hardcore, radical free market regime, but not because people were upset because inflation was so high and so on. No, that was not the reason. There is a structural change in Argentina. All of these people, they would have been Peronist 20 years ago or 30 years ago. Now they are libertarians. And how did we achieve that? Well, a lot of going to medias, giving interviews, especially social media. TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube were crucial to change the mentality of millions of people. And of course, the style. Milei has a charisma, a style that is very, eccentric, let's put it that way. And he is irreverent. He has the rhetoric of a revolutionary, which is very Argentinian. By the way, it's not really strange in that country. He's very theatrical, but he's also intellectually very solid. So he came to power, and he's doing exactly what he said he was going to do. He didn't lie. He said, all over the last years that he has been on television, over the last 5-6 years, he has been saying what was going to happen and what it takes to fix it. Everything came as he predicted, and now he's in government. He has brought down inflation from over 25% a month to less than 4%. The inflation in terms of goods to food, it's 0%. So 0% food inflation. Then you have fiscal surplus. Since January, since he came to power, you have a fiscal surplus every month, a consecutive way, and then you are starting to see a little bit of a reactivation of the economy, because you first had to deal with inflation. They were on the verge of hyperinflation. If Milei had not come to power, you would have inflation at over 15,000% in Argentina right now. 15,000%. It would be the complete catastrophe. And he has been a very skillful politician because he doesn't have majority in Congress. But even so, Congress has passed, after several negotiations and failed attempts to pass, but the Bases Law, which is a law that dramatically changes the structure of Argentinian economy. Which is really a rent-seeking society. It's really, corporate interests in bed with the politicians and exploiting everyone else for their own benefit.
Okay, so let's do this. We've got another half an hour or two to talk on the Daily Wire side. I think, why don't we delve more deeply into what's happening in Argentina and also to give some consideration to that as a model for what could occur in South America more generally if the leftist utopian tide could be stemmed. So Does that seem reasonable to you?
That's
All
perfect.
right, let's
Yes,
do
yes,
that. So for everybody, good. So for everybody in watching and listening, most of you know that I do an additional half an hour with my guests on the Daily Wire platform. And so that's what we're going to do. And if you found this discussion useful and interesting, you could give some consideration to joining us there. I can delve further into the sorts of things that we've been talking about. And so